Sup, motherfuckers? Had that big group of people that popped in yesterday. Thank you to the SP fam. As always, SP is amazing. You hear anything negative spoke about SP, take it with a grain of salt, alright? Now, that said, I actually want to start this by going into the island. Alright? So I want to give I don't know their names. I wish I did. I want to give a huge shout out to the creators of some of the characters I uploaded into my game, or I downloaded into my game after stream last night. The work was amazing. I am very impressed with it. The creativity is absolutely off the fucking charts. And I'm gonna go after I try to get a few matches here on the island once like all my start stream stuff is done. I'm gonna go and show you some of what I downloaded. Just because it is so awesome. Like, it's super impressive, and I really love it. Like, absolutely fucking love it. Sup, Mystic? I appreciate the, what did it say, 18 months, I think? Year and a half? Yeah? Year and a half. I very much am absolutely appreciative of that. One of the main reasons why whenever I see you on stream, I try to pop in to be there. That and you play GTA, and I just happen to really enjoy GTA. It's like one of my favorite game series. So, I mean, there is that too. You play something I like, I tend to be there quite a bit more often. Okay, I did do that right. Excellent. I thought I put one too many fucking eyes on that one. Oh, there's one name I know I'm forgetting. Oh, that was the wrong thing to click into. Oh, well, missing a little bit on Poke Catches. Oops. So how the fuck is everybody? What you motherfuckers up to? What the fuck you want to talk about today? Just in case I didn't do this one. I think I did, but I don't remember if I did. So, if I did not, there we go. Oh, that's two others I missed. Damn it. No one wants to bring up a topic for discussion. I'll bring one up. Seems to be a major problem growing in this particular community. And that problem is fanboys doing like who would win in a fight between these two characters. And thankfully, comments got turned off for it because I was starting to get pissed at this one guy to a point where I wanted to reach through the phone and fucking strangle this dumb asshole. So I saw a post on Facebook through a group I'm a member of called Death Battle. I really enjoy Death Battles by Screw Attack, formerly by Rooster Teeth. Till apparently Rooster Teeth decided to sell to somebody, and well, yeah, it happened. Basically, they take two characters, they compare feats, abilities, all that, at their best, at their absolute best, and after doing like all the scientific analysis, they decide who they think would win in a one-on-one or possibly a multi-person battle between those characters. Great concept, really fun to watch. If you like that kind of stuff, if you're interested and nerdy about that kind of stuff like I am, they're on YouTube. I would absolutely recommend watching them. Very fun. They've been doing this for like almost a decade, if not longer. So, this post had one of my favorite fandoms, like one of my absolute top favorite fandoms, Power Rangers, going up against a Street Fighter character who I'm a fan of Street Fighter, but it's not like one of my favorite fandoms. Like, I don't go out of my way to learn lore about them like I do with Power Rangers. But I do know a fair bit about Street Fighter lore, and there was a bunch of people on there going, hey, you know, because the post is who would win, because Bat in the Sun, an entirely different company who does versus battles based on popularity contests alone and nothing else, had done Tommy Oliver as the Green Ranger versus Ryu, and then Tommy Oliver as the White Ranger versus Scorpion, which is Mortal Kombat. Street Fighter and then Mortal Kombat, and had Tommy win both fights, when realistically he would have lost. The two characters are simply just too strong. He doesn't match the feats that they can produce. So the post is titled Jason as the Gold Zeo Ranger versus Ken from Street Fighter. And underneath of that header was, well, Tommy's already beat Ryu, so let's see who wins here. Forgetting again that the Ryu fight wasn't done by Death Battle. It was done by Bat and Sun. And Bat and Sun fights are only popularity contests. They don't take into account feats, weapons, abilities, any of that. They just don't. So I was commenting on there. I said, frankly, Jason would lose this. Ken's feats alone put him far above anything Jason could possibly beat, even with Zords and Megazords or Ultra Zords involved. Ken scales to Ryu, who is at base level is a planetary threat before he powers up into some of his alternate forms. Once he powers up to alternate forms, he's potentially a universal level threat. And he's beaten universal level threats, literal gods or individuals who wield godlike power on a pretty regular basis. Ken scales to Ryu to a point. Like, not a full scale to, but he has, and this is in the lore, he has the potential to reach the same heights of power and ability as Ryu. Which means he has the same potential power levels as Ryu does. And he can match Ryu blow for blow. He has stood toe-to-toe with literal gods or beings with godlike power, and even if he lost those fights, which he does the majority of the time, he still lasts for an extended period, which is, in and of itself, fucking impressive. Jason, as Zeo Gold, has not faced any type of a universal threat. Planetary threats at most. Fully powered up at the very least to, where Ken can fully power up to at this point in time in lore, he is a planetary level threat. In his base form, he is at least a large city to a state size threat, possibly a continental size threat, before powering up. He goes full power, he could blow up the planet in a single shot. So there's that. But there is this one guy who just cannot or will not acknowledge factual reality. And it fanboys so hard for Jason that no matter what factual evidence you present, he just can't get out of his own way. It's just Jason beats everybody no matter what. Facts be damned. I even pointed out to him that here's the truth. With the exception of a few characters from the lore, Power Ranger powers canonically only work at peak efficiency when an entire team is working together. Can they fight individually? Sure. But if you want those Rangers to be at their peak, you want the powers to be at their max, the team has to be together. It's that simple. Street Fighters, that's not the case. In point of fact, while they may not outright say it, you get the feeling when you study Street Fighter lore that working as a team is the antithesis of who each individual character is, and they only come together as any sort of a team, however loosely, in the most extreme of circumstances, because individually they are far more than capable of holding their own against pretty much any threat they come up against. That's how Power Rangers, or how Street Fighter works, versus how Power Rangers work. And another thing that this guy just simply could not understand is that the lore of the Zeo Gold power is this: it has to be bonded to very specific types of people in Power Rangers universe in order for that power to be able to be used to its absolute maximum, either in individual combat or team combat. When Jason held the Zeo Gold powers, he was only borrowing those. The powers did not choose Jason. They were not bonded to Jason. They chose a character named Trey of Triforia, a trifold being, meaning he has three very separate, distinct personalities in one person, who apparently, for some fucking odd reason that they never really fully explained, and what little explanation they gave didn't make a whole lot of sense, occasionally breaks it, breaks apart from being one being into his three very distinct separate personalities. The Zeo Gold power is bonded to Treya Triforia when he's all together as one person, one being. In the case of Jason using those powers for a time, Trey, for whatever reason, had broken into his three separate personalities, thus could not use the power of Zeo Gold. So he allowed Jason, he transferred the powers to Jason, allowing Jason to borrow them, even stating very specifically, you are borrowing these powers, they are not yours to keep. I will reclaim them once I get myself back together. And this guy couldn't even accept that particular limitation on Jason's powers, because that limitation means that Jason, even if he wanted to, and I'm not sure he did 100%, could not wield the Zeo Gold powers at maximum efficiency ever. It simply wasn't possible. The powers were not bonded to him. They were loaned. They were a loan. They were a temporary loan to Jason. So, I'm going to say this. When you're when you're doing these versus things, by the way, this is one of the characters I downloaded. It just looks really good. I'm so impressed. But when you're doing these versus things, please keep in mind that you have to, if you're doing it for a death battle thing, you have to keep in mind that you have to take into account all of like the feats and whatnot that each individual character is capable of doing. You can't just go, okay, well, I like this character more, so this character wins. That's not how Death Battle works. So please try to keep that in mind when you do a death battle, when you go onto a page where they're talking about it, or you have these kind of discussions with people in your life, that you absolutely have to take into account the feats and everything else that each character is capable of. Like, that has to be the primary thing you go on. Matter of fact, it has to be about the only thing you go on. Alright? You can't just go, well, I like this character more, so I must say this character wins. It's not how it works. That's not what a death battle is. So I would ask you to keep that in mind when you do these kind of discussions. And don't be like the guy I'm talking about who just really pissed me off. Because he refused to see the facts and just decided that this one character wins. There's no discussion about it. it's time to do a second My Rise.
Wrestling
We're
Mania
gonna do Female Journey, because I haven't done that yet. So if there is anybody in chat who wants to participate, now's your chance. Otherwise, I make this character of my own accord. I'm giving you the ability to help determine looks and other similar things. Hey, Adidas, welcome in, brother. I like that look. Seems as if nobody wishes to Huh. Didn't realize that had writing on it. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. We'll do that. I like that. Actually, we will not do that. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Alright, that's kind of cool. I only saw one thing which I thought went with this. There it is. Alright, let's put some Pokeballs in the chat, folks. Come on now. As cute as those boots are, they don't fit the aesthetic. Those I like. Oh, that is cool. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Damn, I can't use that one. That one would be really good. I could use the King of Kings bit here. Alright, no, there's nothing there that... I like that. That really fits. Oh, dude, that's so much better. Oh, hell yeah. That just brings the entire aesthetic together. That is cool as fuck. Alright, Pokeballs in the chat, motherfuckers. There we go. There's a good menu screen pose. Dude, that outfit I just made, chat, is just phenomenal. I love it. Alright, I have got to run to the restroom and grab some coffee. I'll be back shortly. Hang tight. Okay, I feel so much better.
27 and had finished my MBA. He brought me in. Not as a partner. He was very clear about that. You work for the company, he told me the first day. Same as anyone else. I didn't argue. I put my head down and worked. What my father never understood, what none of them ever bothered to understand, was that the company they thought he was running was not, in any meaningful sense, the company he was running. Garland Ashcroft was a presence. He shook hands at trade shows. He golfed with the county commissioners. He gave a speech in the Chamber of Commerce every spring that was mostly recycled from the year before. He was a figurehead with good hair and a firm handshake and absolutely no idea how the operational side of the business functioned. That was me. I renegotiated every vendor contract we had in my first 2 years. I brought in a defense subcontract through a contact I'd developed during my internship at a firm in Brentwood, a contract that accounted for roughly 60% of our revenue by year 3. I rebuilt the production scheduling system from scratch after I figured out we were running at 42% efficiency. I hired the plant manager, the logistics coordinator, both of our quality assurance leads, and the financial controller who actually knew what she was doing. My father signed the paperwork. My father took the credit. My father gave his children a speech every Thanksgiving about how the family business was thriving under his leadership. And my brother Denton would nod very seriously, and my sister Waverly would post something about it on her Instagram, and my brother Rhett would ask when his dividend check was coming. I got a salary, middle management, technically, no equity, no profit sharing. My father had made sure of that. Family members in management creates conflict, he told me once, which I found interesting given that the family member in question was me, and the family members not in management were my 3 siblings who received quarterly distributions for doing absolutely nothing. I had been thinking about my exit for almost 2 years. I ended up in Callaway Regional with a ruptured appendix that turned complicated and nearly killed me. I was in surgery for 6 hours. I was in the ICU for 3 days. I had the appendix removed, a secondary infection treated, and a portion of my lower intestine resected because things had progressed further than anyone initially understood. My father visited once, day 2 of the ICU. He stood at the foot of my bed for approximately 4 minutes, told me I looked like hell, and said he hoped I'd be back on my feet soon because the Delacroix contract renewal was coming up. Then he left. Waverly sent a text on day 4 that said, "Hope we're okay," folded hands emoji. Denton didn't reach out at all. Red called once while I was unconscious and left a voicemail asking if I knew where the login credentials were for the equipment leasing portal. What they were doing, while I was lying in that hospital bed with tubes in my arm and a fever that wouldn't break, was selling the company. I found out by accident. My financial controller, a sharp and deeply loyal woman named Petra Voss, who had been with me since I recruited her from a firm in Atlanta, called my cell on day 7. She thought she was calling to give me an update on a receivables issue. Instead, the first thing out of her mouth was, "Rowan, there's an M&A attorney named Blaine Furlow who keeps coming by asking for documentation I've never been asked to produce before. Ownership history, asset valuations, the Delacroix contract terms. I didn't give him anything, but I thought you should know." I knew exactly what that meant. The thing you have to understand about Ashcroft Fabrication in that moment in time is that it was worth considerably more than my father knew. Not because he was stupid, exactly, but because the valuation he had in his head was based on information that was 2 years out of date. The Delacroix contract had been renewed at a significantly higher rate in the most recent cycle, a renewal I had personally negotiated over 14 months. The new rate hadn't yet shown up in the annual financials my father reviewed because those financials were prepared on a lag. What he thought the company was worth and what the company was actually worth were 2 very different numbers. I had known this gap existed. I had been planning to use it. Just not quite like this. From my hospital bed, on a laptop that a night shift nurse named Coretta was kind enough to borrow from the staff room, I made some calls. My attorney, a formidably quiet man named Sutton Graves, who specialized in corporate transactions and had worked with me confidentially for over a year, answered on the second ring at 11:30 at night. "I need to move faster," I told him. "How much faster?" he said. "They're selling the company, Sutton, right now, while I'm in the hospital." There was a pause. "Do you have capital available?" "I have capital available," I said. This requires some explanation. For 18 months, I had been quietly building a position. My salary was modest, but I had been investing carefully for years, and more importantly, I had a separate stream of income that my family knew nothing about. During the first year of the defense subcontract, I had privately consulted for 2 other small manufacturers looking to pursue similar contracts, consulting work I did entirely on my own time, built through a personal LLC I'd set up called Baltic Ridge Advisory. The fees had been substantial. There was also a licensing arrangement I'd structured around a process improvement methodology I'd developed for the plant. Again, my own work, my own time, been set up to acquire Ashcroft Fabrication at the right moment, with the right financing in place. We've been in quiet conversations with a private credit firm out of Nashville called Meridian Structured Finance for 6 months. The loan facility was already term sheeted. We just hadn't pulled the trigger because the timing hadn't been right. My father made the timing right. I called Sonny. Sonny called Meridian. I signed it to a sheet electronically from the hospital at 2 in the morning. The funds commitment came through the next day. Then I waited. My father came to the house to tell me the news 4 days after I was discharged. He brought my siblings with him, which told me everything I needed to know about what kind of meeting this was going to be. Where the expression she always wears when she thinks she's about to win something. Denton was doing that thing where he sits with his arms crossed and tries to look authoritative. Red had his phone out. I was sitting at the kitchen table when they came in. I'd made coffee. I hadn't offered to make any for them. My father didn't. He stood at the head of the table, his grandfather's table, and he looked at me the way he always had. Like I was a variable he was accounted for rather than a person he was related to. We had an offer, he said, a serious one. The board discussed it. The board, my father, Waverly, Denton, and Red, a board of directors with no operational knowledge between them and a combined understanding of the company's actual business that wouldn't fill a goddamn napkin. The offer came in at $8.4 million, he said. Cash, clean, no contingencies. I looked at him. I didn't say anything. We accepted it. He paused, and here's where he did the thing I will never entirely forgive him for. He smiled. Not a sad smile, not an apologetic smile, a satisfied smile, the kind that's been waiting to happen for a while. The buyer paid cash. We split it 4 ways. You get nothing. Waverly's chin came up slightly. Denton's arms were still crossed. Red had put his phone down. Equity was held by the board. My father continued. You were an employee. That was always the arrangement. An employee, I said. A well-compensated one. $48,000 a year, I said. Base, no bonus, no equity, for 6 years. The company provided you with. I built the company, I said. The one you just sold. He looked at me for a moment, and something moved across his face that might have been discomfort if he were a different kind of man. But he wasn't a different kind of man, so what it settled into was dismissal. That's a version of events, he said. It's the version with documentation. Rowan, this was Waverly. She had the voice she used when she wanted to sound reasonable while saying something unreasonable. Dad gave you an incredible opportunity. He brought you into a family business. That means something. It means he got a COO for the price of an office manager, I said. You didn't have equity because you didn't invest equity, Denton said, like he'd been waiting to say it. That's how business works. I invested 6 years, I said. I invested the Delacroix contract. I invested every vendor relationship, every operational system, every. Rowan. My father's voice was flat and final, the voice that had ended 1,000 conversations exactly like this one. It's done. The sale closed yesterday. I looked at him. He looked back. The smirk was still there, just barely, at the corners of his mouth. Okay, I said. I picked up my coffee. I took a sip. I laughed, just once, and I watched the smirk flicker with something uncertain. What's funny? He asked. Nothing, I said. Nothing yet. That was a Friday morning. The following Tuesday, Sutton Graves called me and said, the filing is complete. Do you want me to reach out to your father directly, or do you want to be in the room? I want to be in the room, I said. We scheduled a meeting in Sutton's office for Thursday. I told my father it was about transition documentation, that the buyer had requested a meeting with the family to establish handover procedures, and that an attorney would be present to walk through the asset transfer details. My father,
How is that
who was
an
apparently
attitude
not
adjusted
suspicious of
pile
anything at this
driver?
point because he believed the thing was done and settled, agreed immediately. He brought Waverly and Denton. Red was in Savannah and dialed in by phone. Sutton's office is in the Harwell building on Crestfield Avenue in downtown Wexboro, 17 miles from Tolliver Creek. It is a
Yo,
quietly
what's
serious
up,
office.
Sonny?
Dark wood, good lighting, the kind of carpet that absorbs sound. When my father walked in, he was wearing his good suit, the charcoal one he reserves for occasions where he wants to look like the kind of man who runs things. Waverly had her hair done. Denton had a notepad. They sat down at the conference table. I sat across from them. My father looked around the room. Where's the buyer's representative? He'll be joining shortly, Sutton said, and settled into his chair. There were folders at each seat. Sutton had prepared them. They were bound with a simple clip. No flourishes. My father opened his immediately, which is what I expected. He was already scanning the first page with the expression of a man who is used to looking at documents without entirely reading them. The folders contained, in order, a complete corporate disclosure for Creston Capital Group. The acquisition agreement is executed. The wire transfer record showing exactly where the $8.4 million had come from. And on the final page, in the signature block, my full legal name. Managing Member, Creston Capital Group, LLC. I watched my father read. I watched him flip the first page, scan the second, stop at the third. watched him go back to the first page. I watched him go back to the third. Waverly was still looking at her phone. Denton hadn't opened his folder yet. Something like the silence said for a moment. Then he slid a second folder across the table to my father, this one marked with a small blue tab, and said, in a voice that was almost gentle, "Sir, did you even read who signed as new owner?" My father's hand started shaking. Not violently, not dramatically, just a fine tremor. That happens when your nervous system gets information that your brain isn't ready to process. He looked up from the papers, and he looked at me across the table, and for the first time in my adult life I watched my father's face do something I had never seen it do before. It came apart, just briefly, just for a moment, but I saw it, the confusion, the calculation, the slow and terrible understanding arriving all at once, and underneath it, something that looked almost like fear. "What is this?" he said. Not a question, a statement that didn't know what it was yet. "That's the acquisition agreement," I said. "The one you signed 11 days ago. The buyer is Creston Capital Group. Creston Capital Group is my company. The $8.4 million you received, all of it, came from a credit facility I arranged through Meridian Structured Finance in Nashville, backed by my personal capital and the projected revenue from the Delacroix contract." I paused. The Delacroix contract, you didn't know, had been renewed at 63% above the previous rate. Denton had opened his phone. His face had the look of someone trying to solve a math problem and getting the wrong answer every time. "You can't," Waverly started. "The sale is complete and legal," Sutton said, pleasantly. "The transaction was conducted at arm's length, through properly registered entities, and all funds were transferred via documented wire. There's nothing to contest." "He didn't disclose," my father started. "He wasn't required to," Sutton said. "He was an employee with no equity position. He had no fiduciary duty to the board regarding his personal investment activities. The sale was initiated and executed entirely by your side. Creston Capital Group simply responded to the offering." My father put the papers down. He stared at the table. I watched his jaw work. "The Delacroix contract," he said finally. His voice had changed. The flatness was gone. Something more had taken its place. "You knew what it was worth." "I negotiated it," I said. "I knew exactly what it was worth. I've known for 14 months. Red's voice came through the conference room speaker, thin and slightly delayed. "Wait, so Rowan bought the company? Our company?" "My company," I said. "Now, Rowan." My father looked up from the table. "And here's the thing. Here's the thing I hadn't entirely prepared myself for." His eyes were wet. Not crying, just wet. "You didn't have to do it this way." I looked at him for a long moment. "You sold the company while I was in the hospital," I said. "You didn't visit once." Waverly sent me a prayer emoji. Red called about login credentials. Denton didn't reach out at all. I picked up my water glass. My hands were steady. "You were going to take $8.4 million and not give me a cent. After 6 years of work that made that number possible, you were going to smirk at me across my grandfather's table and tell me it was done." I set the glass down. "So I made it done." Waverly made a sound that was trying to be outrage and coming out as something more fragile. "You deceived us." "I bought something that was for sale," I said. "You priced it. I paid the price." "The Delacroix," my father started again. "Is mine," I said, "along with the vendor contracts, the operational systems, the equipment, the staff, the plant manager I hired, the QA leads I hired, the financial controller I hired. Everything I built goes with the entity I now own." Denton slammed his folder shut. "This is fraud." "Sutton," I said. Sutton smiled, which was a thing he did so rarely that it had weight when it happened. "Mr. Ashcroft, I'd be happy to walk you through each element of the transaction if you'd like to identify a specific legal theory. I've had 3 colleagues review the structure and the documentation. You're welcome to engage your own counsel." The sale closed with full legal compliance. The room went quiet. My father sat with his hands flat on the table, not shaking anymore, just still. He looked older than he had when he walked in. He looked like a man who had just realized the thing he was standing on wasn't solid ground. "Dad," I said, and I was surprised by how even my voice was. "You got $8.4 million for a business you thought was worth 6. Waverly and Denton and Red split it 4 ways. You each got $2.1 million for a company you hadn't run in 6 years." I paused. "That's not nothing. That's a very good deal for what you contributed." He didn't answer. "I'm going to run the company now," I said, "the way I've always done it, except that now it's actually mine. I'm going to honor the Delacroix contract. I'm going to pay my staff, and I'm going to service the debt I took on to buy you out. In 5 years, I'll own it free and clear." I stood up. "That's the plan." I picked up my copy of the folder. I straightened my jacket. A good one. Bought for today specifically, because I wanted to look exactly like what I was, which was a person who had thought this through. "Sutton will be in touch about any outstanding transition items," I said. "I'd appreciate a clean handover of anything still in your personal possession. Signatory credentials, storage access, that sort of thing. It's all detailed in Section 4 of the agreement." I walked to the door. I stopped with my hand on the frame and turned back, not because I'd forgotten anything, but it had been since the compression bandage came off. The surgery scar on my abdomen pulled a little when I breathed deep. The trees along Brennan Street had gone yellow orange at the edges, the early October kind of color that only lasts about 10 days before it peaks and drops. I thought about my grandfather, who built the company in a corrugated metal building and who had rough hands and a very precise mind, and who used to tell me, when I was small, that the secret to any business was knowing when something was actually worth before you named your price. He said it was the only advantage that mattered. He said everything else was just paperwork. He was right, as it turned out. My phone rang when I was about 5 miles out from the plant. It was Petra. How'd it go? She asked. About how I expected, I said. Your dad figure it out? Eventually. She made a small, satisfied sound. The Delacroix rang bell this morning. Wanted to confirm the change of ownership documentation they'll need for the contract records. I told him it was straightforward. He said, and I'm quoting, good. We were worried for a minute there when we heard the company had sold. We really didn't want to have to go find someone else. Send him whatever he needs, I said. Already drafted, she said. Oh, and the plant manager wants to talk to you about the Q4 production schedule when you're in. Tell him I'll be there by 2, I said. Done, she said. Welcome back, by the way. We missed you around here. It's good to be back, I said. I pulled into the parking lot of Ashcroft Fabrication Solutions at 140. The building had been repainted 2 summers ago. My call, my vendor, a good shade of industrial gray that didn't show the grime the way the old beige did. The signage above the main entrance was clean. The parking lot was full, which meant the afternoon shift was running at capacity. I sat in the car for a moment and looked at it. My father's signage, my operational reality. For 6 years, with no recognition and no ownership and no acknowledgement of any kind beyond a salary that barely covered what I was worth by any reasonable measure. And now mine, entirely, legally, documentably mine, bought with money I built quietly, in the margins of the work nobody gave me credit for, through a structure I planned carefully and executed cleanly and kept completely to myself until the exact moment it mattered. There was a text from my father when I looked at my phone before getting out of the car. It had come in while I was driving. It said, I'd like to talk. Not about the business, just talk. I looked at it for a while. The October light was hitting the building's new paint and making it look almost silver. I put my phone in my jacket pocket without responding. Not because I was cruel, and not because the conversation would never happen, but because it wasn't the conversation for today. Today was for walking through the front entrance of a building that had my grandfather's name on it, greeting the people who had stayed and worked through an ownership transition I didn't fully understand, sitting down with my plant manager and calling my contact at Delacroix to personally confirm that nothing was changing except who signed the checks. I got out of the car. The autumn air smelled like cooling cut grass and something faintly sweet from the tree line in the forest below. I smoothed my jacket. I walked toward the entrance. Petra was waiting just inside the glass doors, holding a cup of coffee she hadn't had to be asked to make. She handed it to me without ceremony, which was exactly how she did everything, and I took it, and we walked together toward the offices without either of us saying anything for a moment. The filing with the state is
Getting very close here.
Certificate of ownership, updated business registration, all of it, official as of yesterday. Good, I said. There's one more thing, she said. She stopped walking. I stopped too. She had an expression that I recognized, the one she got when she was about to say something she'd been sitting on. The original ownership documentation your grandfather filed when he incorporated, the one from 1971. What about it? She reached into the folder she was carrying and produced a single piece of paper, a photocopy, bold, the kind of slightly blurry copy you get from a document that's been scanned for microfilm. She handed it to me. I read it. I read it again. It was the original statement of intent from the 1971 filing. Standard boilerplate for the era, mostly, but there was a line near the bottom in my grandfather's handwriting, added as a personal notation, the kind of thing that had no legal weight but that he'd apparently felt compelled to write anyway. This company is built by hand and kept by the people who keep it. It belongs to whoever does the work. I stood in the corridor of my grandfather's building, holding his handwriting in my hands, and I felt something move through me that I didn't entirely have a name for. Not triumph, exactly. Not relief, though it was some of that. Something quieter. Something that had to do with being right about a thing for a very long time and finally getting to stop proving it and just live it. I folded the paper carefully and put it in my jacket pocket, next to my phone, next to my father's unanswered text. Okay, I said, let's go talk to the plant manager. We walked down the corridor together, and somewhere in the building the afternoon shift was running, and the equipment was making the low hum it always made when everything was working the way it was supposed to, and the company was mine, and I was home.
I'm alright right now. If I get on Gus and I fall off Gus, then I'm gonna get in trouble. Yeah, here, take a picture of me.
I've always wanted to do amazing things. Think of big impact. And I know this plan is new to you, but I know it's right for me. Can you talk?
If I'm reading this right, is he riding like an actual real bull? Okay. Out with the subject of these bulls. I have so many questions. What? This is Gus. This is Gus famous. Can I pet Gus? Absolutely. I'm alright. Are you still at withdrawal? Gen X, I need you for a second, cause something from our childhood turned 50 today. You're not ready for what it is. I'm just a Bill from Schoolhouse Rock, premiered March 27, 1976. And although every logical synapse within your brain is telling you that was like 30 years ago, Bill turned 50 today, which means Bill is Generation X. He's one of us. You know, it kind of explains a lot. Sitting on those stairs completely unsupervised and still managed to become a law. Lived his most formative years sandwiched between his super friends and Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? That sounds like us. Grumbled up, tossed aside, completely and totally ignored, and still managed to find a way to make it work. He figured it out. Oh, yeah. That's Gen X. But you know what? Here's probably the most important thing to remember. Bill turns 15 years old today. And we still love him as much as day one. And this is like fine wine. He looks as good today as he ever did. And that is also Generation X. Oh, yes.
Oh, missed the catch.
Christian roots. If you aren't Christian, we don't like you. Cool story, bro. The Constitution never mentions Christianity. Not once. No Jesus, no Bible, no church. In fact, the only time religion appears in the Constitution is the First Amendment, which explicitly forbids the government from creating or endorsing any religion. You probably didn't read that far, did you? But here's where it gets really good. In 1797, the Founding Fathers signed a treaty called the Treaty of Tripoli. These were actual men who built the country. George Washington initiated it, and John Adams signed it into law. Article 11 of that treaty states explicitly, the United States is in no way founded on the Christian religion. They spelled it out in plain language. The United States is not a Christian nation. They put it in an official government document. Every single senator of the United States Senate voted to approve it unanimously. Not one dissenting vote. So the next time someone tells you this is a Christian nation, remind them that the people who actually founded it disagreed with them. And it's in writing. And every time they try to put religion in the government, courts strike it down. Because it's not just historically wrong, it's illegal. Founding fathers were so afraid of a religious government, they put it in the first line of the Bill of Rights. Because they had just escaped a religious government. And they made sure we never had to escape one again. Bite-sized movie fact. A small Polish town wanted to avoid political divisions when they were naming their next street. So instead, they named it after Obi-Wan Kenobi. Bite-sized movie fact. A small Polish town wanted to avoid political divisions when they were...
October 19, 1973, James and Carol Duffy decide they want to go camping. So they have this big RV camper, and they load up their two kids, Jimmy, who was 2, and Natalie, who's a little over 1 year old, along with their 2 cats, and they take off for Lake Wenatchee, which is in the state of Washington. So they make it to Lake Wenatchee, they park their RV, they all get out, they're going on a little walk, but the kids seem fussy, and so Carol and James decide to go down for a nap. They're in there with the 2 cats. She shuts and locks the RV and goes outside. At this point, James says he wants to go scout for a good hunting spot around where they were camping. So James takes off, and he's looking for a place to go hunting, and Carol decides she's going to walk a little ways around the lake, but keeping an eye on the RV the whole time. So they're still only about 150 meters away from their camper when they hear a scream coming from their camper. So they ran back on the path to get a better look at their camper, and all they can see is the door to the camper is now open. So the 2 of them sprint over to the camper. James gets there first. He goes inside, and his son, Jimmy, is gone. Their youngest child, Natalie, was still sleeping, and their 2 cats were still sleeping. Remember, Carol and James were on the other side of this lake about 100 meters away when they heard this screech coming from the RV. It seems odd that the cats and Natalie wouldn't wake up to them. They didn't. They call the police, they show up, and they begin doing a search themselves. And after 2 hours of aggressively combing this whole campsite, the police start to feel really suspicious about Carol and James. And in fact, they straight up accuse James of hurting his child and trying to cover it up. So for 4 4 days, there's this massive surge from canine, helicopters, you name it. They're combing the area. They're interviewing everyone they can. There is nothing, no sign of this child. And so the suspicion that Carol or James had something to do with the disappearance of this child only grew. And so eventually both parents were subjected to a polygraph test, and both stuck to their story, and both passed. They had nothing to do with the disappearance of their child. They were telling the truth. The police still felt like there's something off here about these parents. They must have had something to do with this. So they really dug into their backgrounds and the family backgrounds, talking to friends and family, and every single person in this family's circles, and they care about their kids. They would never harm Jimmy. But through their digging, one thing that did come up is that Jimmy was actually considered a very frail child that basically couldn't do anything without assistance. So between the polygraph test that rules out the parents as being potentially responsible, and now this information that Jimmy was this very frail child, he didn't get up, open the camper, escape, and then evade this massive search effort. So all you're left with is abduction. But the police, they basically cordoned off this whole site and were able to account for every single person that was in the park at any time while the dummies were there. And every single person had an alibi and completely checked out. Eventually, the search for Jimmy was terminated, and to this day, almost 50 years later, we still have no idea what happened to Jimmy, where he went, and how he got there.
I used to hate leaving my cat at home alone until I figured out a way to...
The discovery of dark oxygen forces us to reconsider what we know about life on Earth and beyond. But let's clean up some of this. Here are the established facts. Scientists have confirmed that polymetallic produce electric currents. These currents are equivalent to water molecules and release oxygen. This happens without sunlight, without photosynthesis. It happens in total darkness. This process has been verified in laboratory settings. The voltage has been measured. The oxygen production has been documented. The phenomenon is real. The nodules contain valuable minerals, manganese, nickel, cobalt, copper. They formed over millions of years in a process so slow, it's almost impossible to comprehend. 1 centimeter can take several million years to develop. The ecosystems around these nodules are diverse. They contain thousands of species previously...
There you are. I've been looking for you all day.
They've been keeping me busy. Had to shoot all new matchup graphics, promotional shots. My hand feels like it's about to fall off after signing about 1,000 8x10s.
It's tough being the architect.
Honestly, it's nice being the architect. I missed it.
You were gone for like 2+ years.
Regardless of what types of plants, if any, existed at that time. Others feel that dark oxygen, while fascinating...
Enough time to realize Hollywood wasn't for me. I'm putting the whole acting thing on hold for now. WWE is where I'm meant to be. That other stuff can wait.
Well, that's all good to hear. Not an easy first match back tonight, though, against our women's champion. If it were up to me, I would have given you a warm-up. I'm pulling for you. But Jordan Grace, she's the real deal.
I know I was out, but I didn't stop watching the product. I've seen Jordan's matches, and I know what she can do.
Seeing her on TV is one thing. Facing her in the ring is another, especially with Heyman in.
Thanks.
The habitable zone expands dramatically. So dramatically that any planet or any moon at any distance from any star...
Wow. What's it been?
Something.
Thanks.
Well,
It wasn't just
it was actually...
in any event.
Might change what all... Got it.
Yeah.
There's the environmental implications. The mining industry says we have an urgent need for these minerals. Cobalt, nickel, and manganese are essential for batteries.
Nice to meet you, Roxanne. That was an incredible match for the women's IC title at Mania.
Aw, I'm so glad you think so. Because I went out there, won the title, and stole the whole damn weekend. But all anyone is talking about today is the archetype. Hey, Roxanne, you see the archetype is back? Roxanne, you see she's making a comeback against Jordynne Grace for the WWE Women's title? Roxanne, you think she's gonna win?
So do you?
What I think is that people should be talking about the prodigy, not the archetype. Jordan and Heyman might have the WWE Women's Championship over on Raw, but everyone knows who's the alpha on SmackDown.
Wow. What happened to that fresh-faced, enthusiastic up-and-comer I saw debut on NXT?
How long have you been away? 2 years? 3?
This nostalgia?
I don't think
really.
Jordynne Grace.
Not a whole lot of difference in what's being said here. Here I should get a few options.
Are you sure?
Good to see you too, Paul. Am I sure about what?
Any of this? We all know it's not going to turn out well when you face my client, the reigning, undisputed WWE Women's Champion, Jordynne Grace. A lot's changed since you left WWE. Let's be real. I'm not sure you even belong here anymore. So do yourself a favor. Turn around, pack up your stuff, and go home. Because I'm telling you, promising you, this is the beginning of the end.
A lot has changed, Paul. Hell, you're on your 3rd client since I left. But here's the thing. I'm not going anywhere. I do belong here. And you'll realize that when I defeat your latest Paul Heyman client tonight.
Things could have been so much different between you and me. You could have been my Paul Heyman client, my champion, but you turned to have a one-line cameo in some garbage action sequel where you're the first schmuck to die? You were never going to be the next Rock, the next Batista, the next John Cena. So, was it worth it? Giving up the opportunity to work with the greatest mind in the business while you sat on the sidelines watching the industry pass you by?
I think...
Oh, I agree. And what's gonna happen tonight is your comeback will be the shortest of all time. And...
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE Women's Championship. It's the archetype ready to make her long-awaited return.
That was well timed.
I've been at her shoes before. You've had that long layoff and now you're back in the spotlight. It's sink or swim time for the archetype. Let's be honest, I think the challenger is swimming against a strong current. How? Even a riptide in the form of WWE Women's Champion Jordynne Grace. This has the potential to go sideways real fast.
The archetype claims she hasn't missed a beat. It's time to find out if that's true. This is what it's all about for these women. Here we go, it's The Raw after WrestleMania, and our WWE Women's Champion is wasting no time in facing their next challenge in the returning Archetype.
This is a match we thought we would never see, let alone witness just one night after the showcase of the Immortals. Credit to Paul Heyman's client, Jordan Grace. She doesn't dodge any challenge. She just better hope that doesn't catch up to her tonight. Whoa.
Grace denies the attack. What a counter! Slingshot. Face buster!
With the greatest of ease. Oh!
Oh, man, she finds a hard landing on the outside.
Framing the picture. She's a
no. And completely missed the mark.
Wrong move and the wrong time, directed at the wrong target.
And she re-enters the ring. Boom. Paul Heyman's client, Jordan Grace, is defending her WWE Women's Championship against the returning Archetype in a showdown worthy of next year's WrestleMania. What now? On Raw.
Double stomp in the corner.
Grace having trouble shifting the tides.
Yeah, Jordan's defensive instinct.
Uh-oh. Oh, what a counter knees. That'll buy you some valuable time. Oh, boom.
Bam. Right on the money.
Big splash. You gotta be kidding me.
Vicious arm breaker. Taking off. And she manages to avoid that bit of offense. Slips out of the way.
She's failing to put up any resistance here.
Yeah, she's really being put to the test here. Can she find a response?
Oh, look at this claw on the face. Dangerous move, showing there's nothing they won't do to gain the upper hand against the champion. Basement drop kick.
You still think the Archetype is swimming upstream, Wade? She looks great, but she better stay focused here.
Jordan's recovered. Inverted tilt-a-whirl slam from the champion.
Like I was saying.
And here comes a running clothesline from Grace.
And the Archetype may be hurt. This could be it.
This is over. Jordan Grace has successfully defended her WWE Women's Championship, turning back the Archetype with relative ease.
This was not the comeback the Archetype had hoped for, to say the least. And now, she's going to be asking herself a lot of hard questions.
Now what?
Jordan Grace just put an exclamation point on her WrestleMania weekend.
Well, if it wasn't clear already, it's officially a new era in WWE. The Archetype is a thing of the past, and Jordan Grace reigns supreme.
I'm not sure how the Archetype is going to regroup from this.
She might not regroup at all.
We are now joined by a former champion who made their long-awaited return tonight, the Archetype. Let's open up the floor to questions. Let's start off in the front row.
Thank you. Marcus Brown from the Wrestling Spectator. I wanted to know how you're feeling after that match.
I just limped in here with an ice pack. So what do you think? Ask better questions.
Okay, next up, third from the back.
Hi, Robin Ray from the Women Who Fight podcast. Have you had a chance to check out the reaction on social media?
I've been in the trainer's room for the past 2 hours, so no, I haven't. Why? What's going on?
You're currently the #1 trending topic worldwide.
Oh, here we go.
One post reads, and I quote, "The archetype is
All
like
right,
a fast
shit, bro.
food burrito. You haven't tried it in a while, so it sounds like a good idea, but it's a sloppy mess, leaves you feeling unfulfilled, and then exits in a hurry."
What has that person ever accomplished? Were they ever a WWE Women's Champion? They say, write what you know, so I assume they've expanded their waistline eating a lot of fast food. Congrats on that achievement.
I can keep going, there's a lot more.
I'm good.
We have time for one more question. Robert, you were next?
Thanks. Robert Inkin, Sports Coverage Daily. With how your night turned out, are you going to continue your comeback? Or was this just a one-time appearance and you'll be headed back to Hollywood?
Again with the idiotic questions. This is a waste of my time. None of you have ever wrestled a single match in your lives. And you think you have the right to sit there and question my comeback? My abilities? Sorry, I forgot. Byron Saxton is here. Byron did wrestle a long time ago. But then he got put behind an announce desk and forced to say whatever dumb crap they fed him happened to be the butt of everyone's jokes. Well, guess what? That's not me. I will not sit back and listen to the losers in this room, the locker room, or most of all, anyone on social media who've never accomplished 10% of what I've done in my life try to tear me down so they can feel better about their miserable lives. So no, this comeback isn't over. It's just getting started. And I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get back to the top and take back what's mine. And if you don't like that, you can go to hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, the archetype.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Healing Power. Trophy earned. I chose the initial rule breaker path in my rise. Total trophy progress is now 13%.
This was a gift from Paul Heyman and Jordan Grace. Know what it means? Nobody? Come on! It means they buried me. It says go home. It says I'm finished! You! Get over here! Collar and elbow! How's that feel, huh? Come on! Let's go!
Poke the balls out!
I know I haven't been here much, but now that I am, there's going to be some tough lessons. Because I finally realized that to make it to the top, you have to be merciless. Relentless. Are you ready for that? Who's next? Come on! You were never going to make it anyway! You sure you want to stay? This isn't going to be pretty.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's a quiet group of retired endocrinologists who stopped prescribing metformin 15 years ago. Not because
I know you. You won the tag belts with Justine's niece a few years back.
LJ. Yeah, we did. I'm Moreno.
That's right. Ava Moreno.
Just Moreno now. The Rock's kid showed up in NXT and they took my first name and gave it to her. Right before they decided not to renew my contract.
Bottle that anger. You can use it one day.
Is that what you did? Bottle it up and let it out on Adrian in there?
Did that trigger you? There used to be promoters who'd fire anyone in the locker room who lost a bar fight. I'm old school. Now that I'm here, that's what this school is now.
After WWE cut me, I went over to Japan to race cars and train Joshi. I got pretty good at both.
That right? So what the hell are you doing here?
Same as you, I guess. Regrouping. You walked away from WWE to become a movie star. But after the Jordan beating, you didn't go back to Hollywood. You came to a place you can control.
Careful. Adrian walked out of here, but I can make sure you won't.
You went back to WWE. Things didn't go how you thought. But now you can break everything down and start from scratch.
Who the hell do you think you are, offering me advice? I was a WWE Women's Champion. Who'd you ever be?
I'm just saying, rolling up in your school and stretching a bunch of students isn't gonna win your title back. You gotta change things up.
Please, enlighten me while I sit at your learning tree. In these last moments, you can still talk.
Hear me out. You showed up on Raw in the same gear you were wearing when you left. Same music, same everything. You gotta mix things up. Get out of the WWE bubble. I can help you.
You are going to help me?
I've been outside the system. I can get you booked anywhere you want to go. Mexico, Japan, the UK. This will be your chance to show the world the new archetype. Unless you'd rather sit here and dig your own grave with that shovel Heyman and Jordan sent you. Or you could get out there and prove them wrong.
What's in it for you?
The woman I saw in this ring today, that's the archetype of who I want to be. That's the woman I'll follow all the way to the top.
Okay. You get one shot at this. Call your promoter friends, but let them know I ain't cheap.
No, I'm not.
There was a time when the galaxy looked up. People looked to the Jedi. They looked to heroes. They looked to the Republic. But somewhere along the way, something changed. Worlds burned. Governments failed. The rich hid behind walls of steel and credits while ordinary people fought over scraps in the shadows of cities that no longer cared whether they lived or died. On the streets of Coruscant, people stepped over the hungry. On distant outer rim worlds, families disappeared into poverty while freighters full of luxury goods flew overhead. On war-torn planets, children learned how to survive before they ever learned how to hope. And perhaps the saddest thing of all, people got used to it. They stopped looking, stopped helping, stopped believing that one person could make any difference at all. In those days, stories about the Jedi were little more than whispers, old legends, forgotten protectors, a memory from a better age. But on a cold night on the industrial moon of Carthos, one man remembered. An old worker collapsed in the middle of a crowded transport platform. Hundreds of people passed him. Some looked away, some pretended not to see. Others simply kept walking. A mother pulled her child closer and hurried on. A businessman glanced down at the man, then checked the time on his data pad. A group of off-duty security officers laughed among themselves as they walked past. No one stopped. Then, through the rain and steam of the city, someone did. A hooded figure knelt beside the old man. He wore red darkened by first. He simply placed one hand on the man's shoulder. The old worker looked up with tired eyes. Why help me? He asked weakly. Soren looked around at the endless crowds moving past them. Because someone should have already, he replied. The words were quiet, but they carried more weight than any speech ever could. Soren held
Adam, I didn't expect to see you here.
and along the way, something strange happened.
Happy accident, I guess. You doing okay? You haven't responded to any of my texts since the press conference.
I don't need your pep talks. Besides, I've been busy working on some new things.
Is one of them bullying students at your school?
Is this a conversation or an intervention?
You're my friend and I see you going off the rails. I'm gonna speak up.
My life isn't your television show, Adam. You don't get to manage it. I'm going around the world, and when I get back, there's going to be a whole new archetype.
I hope the woman who comes back has remembered who she is.
And guess how he's framing it? He's saying that Joe Biden and crooked Democrats in Congress feel that way. Because that makes so much sense. Especially when we all know, because there's unrefuted evidence, that immigrants commit crimes at a far lower rate than native-born Americans. Yeah, isn't that amazing? But those facts get in the way of the story. Oh my gosh, it's a violent story. It's a great story. All the MAGA are going to be screaming all day long. And they're not.
Hang on a minute.
Gonna want to know the truth. It's really inconvenient when you're trying to fool everybody. You don't want the truth to come out. Jeez. Oh, that would ruin everything.
So, I'm going to give everybody exactly 3 minutes from now. Do I use Tavish, The Chosen, or Loka here to book my matches? 1, 2, or 3. 1 Tavish, 2 Chosen, 3 Loka.
And now he's dangling these stories in front of you and trying to rile you up like, oh my god, all these immigrants must be running around with hammers and I better keep my family safe by aiding them. Yeah, that's the story. And it riles you up, doesn't it? It gets you motivated.
For 5 years, I've been traveling all over the U.S., bringing in more contracts than I could count. Today, my man... manager called me into his office. Your travel costs can't exceed $400 per trip. If you don't like
All right, time's up. I will choose then. And I think I'm going to go with Loca.
You must be La Congregita Loca.
What gave it away? Moreno tells me you want to run from your loss with some dates in Mexico.
I'm not running from anything.
Good, because Lucha Mágica is where you run to. Where you run to for the highest flyers, the most hardcore brawlers, the finest technicals. If you want to reinvent yourself, Mexico is the place.
That's not a bad sales pitch.
I mean, it's not. It's a good sales pitch.
Yeah, you should see the matches we have lined up for you.
Give me a taste.
I had to call in some favors for this one. Hope it works for you.
All right. Let's do this. I love this intro, and I think it works really well for how I design this character. She looks scary as fuck with that outfit. Let me pause this for a minute so I can plug my controller in. One, two, three. Die, bitch.
restrictions? We heard something concerning today. Please confirm if this affects our support. I read the message twice. My chest tightened for a different reason this time. Someone in the company had been talking.
Well, dude, Chosen now.
Been a while. I knew you were back working for Japan, but I didn't expect they'd be sending you out on recruiting missions. Quite the demotion.
Not at all. I'm only here because you are a special case. Working with us, someone with your reputation could become one of the great gaijin. Another Vader, AJ Styles, or Terry Funk.
You think I could be a real legend like that?
I do. With you at the top of the card, we will set out the Japan Dome in minutes.
Good. I'll take 10% of the gate at every show I work.
I'm sorry?
Make make it 20. Shall we keep negotiating, or do you want to sign the biggest star ever to come through your promotion?
No, I don't want to negotiate anymore. I have better things to do. Like go win back my love. La Cangrijita Loca.
Good luck with that. What do you got for me?
This match is worth the flight to Japan.
They could hear his breathing tighten. Though, when I finished, he spoke slowly. Rowan, this makes no sense. Your work has always been the only consistent thing Landmark.
All right.
They are changing policies without warning, I said.
I'm going to give you about 2 minutes.
Projects the way you need under these restrictions. Daniel let out
Choose whether or not I do this match or I rebook it for somebody else.
It was internal to your team. Every time you stepped in, things were covered. I closed my eyes. That's why I'm calling you. I won't promise support I can't deliver. Hold on, he said. You're telling me Landmark is cutting your travel to the point where you physically cannot meet us? Yes, and they put that in writing. Yes, I said again. Another voice entered the call. Emma Ruiz, Horizon's chief project coordinator. Rowan, we heard rumors, but not like this. Is your job at risk? It already is. The line went silent for a moment. Then Daniel spoke, firmer than before. We need to review this immediately. Emma, set up an internal meeting for first thing in the morning. I'm on it, Emma replied. Daniel returned to me. Rowan, go home. We'll reach a decision soon. But hear me clearly. We value you, not the bureaucracy around you. I swallowed hard. Thank you for listening. When the call ended, I stared at the dark motel window, phone still in my hand. By the time I flew back to Portland the next day, Horizon Tech had already scheduled their emergency review. Their verdict, whatever it would be, was now set in motion. I arrived at the office at
All right. I am going to rebook it because I can't stand Miley. She's from at least one other previous game, and God, she's annoying.
I'm not going to sit on a 16-hour flight for that match. Next.
Before I could respond, Bruce left his office, his voice sharp and firm.
Get off me, you fat bitch! Alright, Pokeballs out.
Company refused to offer.
God damn it, bitch! What? Let's give Travis a shot to give me a
There
match.
she is. Heard you were looking to toughen up so you can knock Jordan Grace on her ass. You get out to the UK, we'll show you how to put her teeth down her throat.
That right, Tavish?
Only way to come back from that kind of loss is to take it out on anyone who stands across the ring from you.
That's all I'm looking for.
Then get on the next flight to Heathrow and be ready to throw hands with some proper bruisers. I got them all lined up for you, so all you need to do is ask.
All right, say I'm in. What do you have for me?
I know you've been cheesed off. Use that on your opponent.
I don't know what British rules are. I'm in. I don't know what she was doing. Oh, okay. What? Not exactly the move I was looking to perform, but I'll take it. Sliced bread number 2. Or Salita del Sol.
Did you hear what Robin Gray said on her podcast? She was saying you look great on your international tour. But since Jordan, you haven't faced anyone who's been in a WWE ring in ages.
I don't listen to someone who's never laced up a pair of boots.
The thing is, she's not wrong. You do need to mix it up with someone who's been to the show in the last 15 minutes.
Got anyone in mind?
You're looking at her.
You aren't gonna like how that goes for you.
I'll take that chance. You can keep hitting up those international promotions, or you can level up and fight me, getting you one step closer to Jordan.
I've gotten enough frequent flyer miles. You want a funeral? Here it comes.
grabbed a spare laptop, the kind you use when you don't trust what you're about to run. There was no software, just a 2-minute black and white video of a figure in a plain doctor mask, standing in a building, holding up one hand with a blinking light in its palm. The audio underneath was a voice repeating the same phrase. I would love to kill you. He posted it online and asked for help. The internet answered.
Let's see.
While changing my smoke detector. I found a hidden camera inside pointed at my bedroom door. Instead, I left it there and said nothing. 3 days later, my daughter asked something she couldn't have done. The Saturday morning battery check was something my late wife Helen started 30 years ago. Every 6 months, like clockwork, change the smoke detector batteries, test the carbon monoxide alarms, check the fire extinguisher. She'd been gone for years now, but I kept the routine. It felt like keeping a small piece of her alive. I was standing on my stepladder in the upstairs hallway, unscrewing the smoke detector cover when I noticed something. The cover's off, too heavy for just a 9V battery and some wiring. I pulled the whole unit down and looked inside. There it was, a tiny black cylinder no bigger than my thumb nestled beside it. A lens pointed through a small hole that had been drilled into the... Plastic housing. I stood there on that ladder for a full minute, not breathing. I'd been a forensic accountant for a bank for 38 years before I retired. I'd seen fraud in every shape imaginable. Embezzlement schemes, identity theft rings, insurance scams that would make your head spin. I knew what surveillance equipment looked like. This wasn't some cheap gadget from Canadian Tire. This was professional, expensive, the kind of thing that cost real money and required real knowledge to install. I climbed down carefully and sat at my kitchen table, the smoke detector in front of me like evidence at a crime scene, because that's exactly what it was. Someone had been watching me in my own home, the home Helen and I had put together in 1982. I made myself think logically. Who had access? Who had opportunity? My native Bill Mackenzie had a key for emergencies.
Most of the time, Goliath takes David's sling and smacks him upside the head with it. Class dismissed.
Yep. That was not one of my best decisions.
In fairness, you were warned.
You're ready. You're ready to go back to the show and take what's yours.
No, something's missing. I don't just want the WWE locker room to know I've changed. I want them to be afraid.
They need to see you brutalizing your opponents. No rules, just straight up fights.
I'm down for that.
I like it. We can do it right here.
Not like this.
What do you mean?
You've changed everything else. You need this place to represent the new archetype.
The kind of place where people leave on stretchers.
That's right.
I'm going to be the one doing the burying now.
I told her not to worry about it. Told her everything was taken care of in my will. She'd
Ha ha ha! How the fuck? Motherfucker! Fucking bullshit! How the fuck?
There's a doctor in Edmonton I'd like you to see, just to check, making sure everything's going the way it should. A specialist, grounded in health. She reached out and took my hand. It's nothing to be scared of. Lots of people encourage me to do this. I just want to make sure you're being taken care of. I looked it up. My daughter, the baby Helen, had been home from the hospital in 1971. The little girl who used to ride on my shoulders and hold me things. The teenager who would lie on my chest for the first week of her life. Where did that girl go? When did she become Thursday? I said, in Edmonton. She blinked. How did you know about that? I saw a letter, the same message she'd been giving me for months. You must have mentioned it. Right, she said slowly. I must have. She left 20 minutes later. I watched her tail lights disappear down the road. Then I walked through my house one more time. Past the cameras that had recorded my every move. Past the kitchen where my wife had baked bread every Sunday morning. Past the office where someone had photographed my passwords and stolen my future. Tomorrow, it would be over. I didn't sleep that night. Watching the stars over my bed. Remembering everything. Helen's laugh. Tyler's first steps. The day we finished building this house. Standing in the empty living room with sawdust in our hair. Dreaming about the life to live. At 7:45, I saw the RCMP vehicles coming up the road. 3 of them moving fast, kicking up dust in the morning light. I walked outside to meet them. Mr. Curtis, Sergeant Blue said, "What's happening now? What about Sandy? Where is she?" Officers are at their house in Rankin, making simultaneous arrests. I nodded. "Can I meet her?" She hesitated and shook her head. "Better if you stay here. This is going to be difficult enough without her seeing my face, without knowing I was the one who turned her in. I understood, but I needed to see it, needed to know it was real. I followed them in. Sarah's house was a nice ball. These young professionals. They were starting out. 2 Greg's truck, Sarah's SUV. The officers approached them. I stayed back, watching from afar. Sergeant Williams nodded. The door opened. I saw Greg's face, confused at first, then pale as he understood. And I heard Sandra screaming. Not words, just sound, long and furious. 2 officers pulled her out in handcuffs. Her hair was wet, her face twisted with rage. She looked nothing.
That was weird.
Then she saw it. The screaming stopped. Her face went blank, empty. "Daddy," she said. Her voice was small, like a child's. I didn't say anything. Couldn't say anything. "Daddy."
What?
"You're not well. You need help." Still, I said nothing. Her face changed again. The mask went over. "You stupid old man," she spat. "Do you have any idea what you've done? That farm should have been mine years ago. You should have been in a years ago. But you just keep hanging on. Wasting it all on property taxes and tractor repairs while Greg and I struggle to make ends meet. I couldn't let myself. I loved you, Sandra. Everything I did was for you, Tyler. All you had to do was wait, ask, talk to me." She laughed. Then he said, "Talk to you. You never listened. Mom was the only one who understood. When she died, you should have just..." She stopped herself. But I heard her say, "When she died, I should have died too. Given her every reason." They were confused. Greg went to the other room. Neither of them looked at me as they drove away. I stood on the street for a long time after they were gone. A neighbor came out and asked if everything was okay. I said yes. What else could I say? The investigation took months. Patricia Vaughn traced everything. The RCMP proved the case so solid there was no room for negotiation. Sandra and Greg had stolen over $140,000. They forged my signature on a power of attorney. They created a shop company to buy my land for a fraction of its value. They installed surveillance cameras to gather information and evidence that I was mentally unfit. A doctor in Edmonton.
The fuck, dude? Really? What kind of bullshit is that?
Sandra's lawyer tried to argue that she was acting out of genuine concern for my well-being. She believed I was showing signs of dementia, that the financial transfers were misunderstandings. Family money being moved around carelessly. The judge didn't buy it. Neither did the jury. Sandra received 4 years in a federal institution. Greg got 3. They both lost their professional That's why the lesson I learned is this. Luck is not an excuse for exploitation. Blood is not a license to steal. And age does not unless we allow it. I'm 68 now. Still changing the smoke detector batteries every 6 months. The cameras are gone. The show company is disappearing. The accounts are secure. And every morning I walk through my fields and thank God for another day on this earth. Some stories don't have happy endings. But I'm still here. Watching this one. What time is it now? I can only discover a new truth I never saw coming. Share your story in the comments below. And if this show prevents please subscribe to our channel. Loss, betrayal, and the
All right, get those Pokeballs out in the chat.
stay safe, stay vigilant, and never let anyone make you believe.
Get off of me, you fucking cunt! How the fuck? How do you keep fucking... That's such bullshit! This is such bullshit. Because she just fucking dodges every finisher. Every fucking... I can't do it. She won't fucking stay down. Of fucking course, because, you know, she just got all the free moves in the goddamn world. You know, fuck that. That's bullshit. Oh, fucking bathroom, goddamn coffee. God, this match is pissing me the fuck off. It's so bullshit because, like, you can't fucking get anything going. Because this bitch will just dodge everything. Or her moves override yours. Pokeballs out.
Asking if I was ready to sign. I kept saying no. Danny looked at me with those exhausted, heartbroken eyes. On day 3, he stopped coming. I thought that was all. I thought he decided to let me die and just claimed ignorance later. Detective Morrison was writing furiously. Mr. Brennan, I need to ask you something. Did your son indicate he knew his uncle was returning today? Danny thought about it. He didn't tell me he was coming.
This is what I'm talking about. What the fuck is that bullshit?
Eyes all wild, talking too fast. The detective stood up. Bring him in. Do you know where he lives? Danny gave them the address in Tempe. I asked the officers please. I wanted to go with them. I wanted to be there when they put handcuffs on Michael. But I stayed with my brother because that's what he needed. Danny fell asleep again around 2 o'clock in the morning, and I sat there watching him breathe. My phone, finally charged, had 37 missed calls. Most were from Sarah in Hawaii. I called her back. When she answered, I could hear the fear in her voice. Tommy, oh my God, I've been trying to reach you for hours. Is everything okay? I told her everything. When I finished, there was a long silence on the other end. I'm coming home, she said. Sarah, your treatments can wait a few days. My brother-in-law almost died. Tommy, I'm coming home. They arrested Michael at his apartment in Tempe at 4 o'clock in the morning. Ashley, his wife, claimed she had no idea what he'd done. Said he told her he was taking care of his dad, checking in on him every day. The police didn't believe her, but they couldn't prove she was involved. Not yet. The next morning, I was back at the hospital when Detective Morrison stopped by to give us an update. She pulled me out into the hallway first. Mister, I wanted you to hear this before your brother. We searched Michael's apartment, found a forged POA, financial records showing he had drawn over $120,000 from your brother's accounts over the past 2 months. Refers to offshore accounts, cryptocurrency exchanges, cash withdrawals. My stomach dropped. There's more. We found text messages between Michael and a woman named Veronica Cruz. She's his girlfriend. Ashley doesn't know about her either. The messages detail the whole plan. Getting the POA, draining the accounts, forcing your brother to sign on the house. They were planning to flee to Mexico once they got the property sold. The property? I felt like I was moving through fog. You mean Danny's house? Yours. I stared at her. What? The text mentioned both properties. Michael had already forged documents to transfer your house into his name as well. He was just waiting for your brother to sign it. Then he was going to file the paperwork for yours while you were in Hawaii. Both houses would legally be his. The world tilted. This wasn't just about Danny. Michael had planned to steal both our homes. My home, where Sarah and I had lived for 28 years. Raised our daughter, where we built our life. That's wrong. Everything else. Detective Morrison continued. Forgery, financial exploitation, identity theft. And then he left your brother in that garage to die. The DA is considering defective dispatch charges. Considering it's complicated. His attorney could argue he left water, he left some food, that he didn't intend for your brother to die. Between you and me, we're pushing for it. What your nephew did was calculated, cruel, and very nearly fatal. I took a deep breath trying to process everything. What happens now? He's being arraigned this afternoon. Bail hearing tomorrow. Your brother will need to testify eventually, and you'll need to give a formal statement about the condition of your property and what you found when you returned. I nodded. No, I'll do whatever you need. I went back into
Get the fuck off of me, you cheating asshole.
without really watching it. When I sat down, he turned to look at me. They told you, didn't they, about the money? Yeah, Danny, they told me. I'm sorry, Tommy. If I'd been more careful, if I'd noticed what he was doing. Stop, I said. This isn't your fault. None of this is your fault. But I could see the guilt eating at him. The shame. How do you process the fact that your own child tried to dispatch you for money? Sarah flew back from Hawaii to She walked into the
Yeah, of course. I beat the shit out of her, but she still gets the goddamn win.
And for the first time since I found him in that garage, I saw something besides grief in his eyes. You're supposed to be in treatment for a reason. I'll go back next week, Sarah said. Right now, you need faith. The bail hearing happened on Friday. The judge set bail at $500,000, which Michael's public defender argued was excessive. But the prosecutor, a woman named Catherine Walsh, He has already demonstrated to flee to Mexico. He has a girlfriend. We're still trying to locate who was his accomplice in planning this murder. He stole over $120,000, most of which is unaccounted for, and he left his 69-year-old father, who suffers from Parkinson's disease, in conditions that very nearly dispatched him. I would argue that $500,000 is more than reasonable. The judge agreed. Bail stayed at $500,000. Michael's family didn't have that kind of money. He burned through everything. He stayed in jail. Over the next few weeks, more details emerged. Michael hadn't just been draining Danny's accounts. He'd taken out credit cards in Danny's name, forged his signature on loan applications. There was over $200,000 in total fraud, and that was just what the forensic accountants could track. The forged deed for my house was found in Michael's apartment, ready to file. If I'd stayed in a quiet week like Sarah had originally wanted me to, he might have gotten away with it. The title company later told me that once a deed is filed with the county recorder, even if it's fraudulent, it takes months or years to unwind. People have lost their homes that way. Danny was released from the hospital after a week. I brought him to stay in my house in the guest room where he should have been staying all along. Sarah fussed over him like a mother hen, making sure he ate, monitoring his medications, helping him with his physical therapy. The Parkinson's had gotten worse from the trauma and dehydration, but the doctors said with time he likely recovered most of his function. He didn't talk about Michael. When he did, it was in this flat, emotionless voice that scared me more than tears would have. It was like something in him had just shut down. He learned that he knew how to be a father. The trial was set for November. Detective Morrison called me in October to give me an update. They found Veronica Cruz, Michael's girlfriend, hiding out in Tucson. She'd agreed to testify against Michael in exchange for reduced charges. The text messages alone were damning. Her testimony was sealed. She says it was all Michael's idea. Morrison told me the charges went along with it, but the text showed she was actively planning this story. They had it all mapped out. New identities, a condo in Los Angeles, the whole fantasy. I asked her that it was all Michael. Morrison was quiet for a moment. I think Michael was the driving force. Yeah, but I also think she knew exactly what she was signing up for. You don't plan to steal 2 houses and flee the country without understanding what you're doing. Catherine Walsh, the prosecutor, called me in for a meeting before the trial. She wanted to prepare me for what was coming. The defense is going to argue diminished capacity. She said they'll say Michael was addicted to drugs, not voluntarily, that he never intended for his father to die. They'll view him as a desperate man who made terrible choices, but isn't a dispatcher. He left Danny in that garage for 5 days, they said, in August in Phoenix. How is that not attempted dispatch? Walsh nodded. It should be, but juries are unpredictable, especially when it's family. Some people can't wrap their minds around a son trying to dispatch his father. They look for explanations, justifications. Our job is to show them the premeditation, the planning, the forged documents that were prepared weeks in advance. The girlfriend all should accounts. This wasn't a desperate act. This was calculated. The trial lasted 3 weeks. I sat through every day of it.
About fucking time.
Michael wouldn't look at us. He sat at the defense table in a suit his public defender had probably bought for him, staring at his hands while witness after witness testified. Detective Morrison, Dr. Patel from the hospital, the forensic accountant who tracked the stolen money, the title company representative who explained how close Michael had come to stealing both houses, and Veronica Cruz, who cried on the stand while describing how Michael had told her his father wouldn't even miss the money because he'd be dead soon anyway. Dye's testimony was the hardest to watch. The defense attorney, a young guy named Robert Chu, who was just doing his job, trying to poke holes in his story, suggested maybe Danny had confused things, that the Parkinson's affected his memory, that maybe Michael had been trying to help and things just got out of hand. Mr. Brennan, Judge said gently, isn't it true that your Parkinson's has progressed significantly in the past year? Yes. Sometimes have difficulty with memory.
Word is you're looking for some off-the-grid fights.
I remember every single hour.
Could be. I've seen you before. NXT, right?
For a minute. I got in some trouble with a bit of a mutiny last year, and they wished me the best of luck in my future endeavors.
Testified that he
Since WWE kicked me to the curb, I've been dabbling in a new profession.
Underground fights.
You know TBT? Just so happens I have a key to their arena. I've been promoting after-hours matches for fans who like their steak rare.
Rare meaning bloody.
Colorful. If that's the kind of action you're on the hunt for, I got all kinds of freaks and weirdos who'd love a shot at the archetype. Just don't tell Geneva.
That would ruin all the fun. Let's go, Psycho. What do you got first?
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. You in?
Sentencing happened 3 weeks later. Catherine Walsh argued for the maximum. She brought photos of Danny in the hospital, gone, dehydrated. Showed the jury his zip ties with his blood on them. Played the 911 call where I found him. Betrayed trust with the family. He systematically stole from his father. When that wasn't enough, he only miscalculated by a day or two. His uncle's early return saved his father's life. Without trying a dispatch case, Sean, the defense attorney, argued for leniency. Said Michael needed treatment, not just punishment. That he lost everything, his marriage, his freedom, his family. That he was sorry, truly sorry for what he'd done. Michael stood up when the judge asked if he wanted to speak. I looked at Danny for the first time since the trial began. Dad, he said, and his voice cracked. I don't know what happened to me. I don't know how I became this person. I'm sorry. I know that doesn't mean anything, but I am. I'm sorry. Danny didn't respond. Didn't move. Just stared at his son who was flat. Dead eyes. Judge Ray sat down on the bench. 20 years. She'd seen everything, but even she felt shaken when she delivered the sentence. Mr. Britton, she said, what you did to your father is beyond comprehension. You were just as guilty. You stole his dignity, his sense of safety, very nearly his life. You betrayed every bond that should exist between a parent and a child. The court finds no mitigating circumstances sufficient to warrant leniency. The charge of attempted prison. On the charges of kidnapping, elder restraint, and financial exploitation, you were sentenced to an additional 15 years to run consecutively. Total sentence, 35 years in the Arizona Department of Corrections. 35 years. Michael would be 73 when he got out. Danny was dead. They've stood him away. This time he looked back. Not at Danny, but at me. I don't want him to be born. Forgiveness, baby. Understand me. We didn't get it. The money was harder to recover than you would think. The offshore account was but getting the money back required international lawyers and paperwork that would take years. The credit cards in Danny's name had been disputed. Life insurance policies Michael had taken out on Danny were fraudulent and had to be canceled. The forensic accountant estimated we recovered only 60 cents on the dollar. Lucky, the house was safe at least. The forged deed was voided, but it left no incentive to Danny's absence caused damage to more trust than me as trustee. He didn't have the energy to fight it up. Sarah finished her cancer treatments in January. Their scans, the doctor said, remission. We celebrated quietly, just the three of us in the living room, because Danny didn't want to go to lunch anymore. He sees a therapist twice a week now. Do you know, Martinez specializes in trauma in her registry. She says Danny has PTSD, which makes sense. He has nightmares about marriage. Sometimes I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and find him sitting in the living room with all the lights on, just aloof to himself. He's not locked in the dark. We don't talk about Michael. Danny's other 2 kids, Michael's younger brother and sister, got off phone contact with their mother. It isn't Danny every weekend trying to make up for it. It's not their fault, but they feel guilty anyway. That's family. I retired from the fire department 5 years before all of this happened. I stayed in touch with the
Fuck you, bitch.
Rodriguez called me a few weeks after the sentencing. Tommy, he said, I've been thinking about your case, about what happened to Danny. We get called out to elder mistreat situations more than you think. Sometimes we're too late. Yeah, I said, I want to start a training program. Teach first responders what to look for. The signs of financial exploitation, neglect, mistreat. Would you and your brother be willing to help? Maybe talk to some recruiters words, share your story. I asked Danny about it. He thought about it for a long time before answering. If it helps someone else, he finally said, then maybe it means something. Maybe it wasn't all for nothing. We've done 3 presentations so far. It's hard listening to Danny tell the story over and over, but I've seen the way those young firefighters and paramedics listen, the way they take notes, the questions they ask. How do we spot a forged POA? What are the red flags for financial exploitation? What do we do if we suspect a family member is the stranger? We're giving them tools, knowledge, the ability to save someone like Danny North. Last week, Detective Morrison Veronica Cruz, despite her testimony against Michael, got 5 years for conspiracy and fraud. She'd served maybe 3 with good behavior. It didn't seem like enough. She told me that's how the weekends work. We take what we can get. I visit my mother's grave sometimes out in the cemetery. She died 10 years ago, and my father 5 years before that. I know they're in the grass. Tell her what happened. Tell her about Michael, about Danny, about everything that went wrong. I think about how lucky I am that my parents died and I had to see their grandson become this. Danny's getting better slowly. The Parkinson's is manageable with medication. The nightmares are less frequent. Sometimes now, usually it's something more on TV. It's not the same laugh as before. It's something. Sarah asked him to tell me months ago if he forgave Michael. No, Danny said, I don't think I ever will. I'm trying to forgive myself. For what? Sarah asked, for not seeing it coming for being the kind of father is the son capable of that. I wanted to tell him that it wasn't his fault. That Michael made his own choices. But Danny knew that already. Sometimes knowing something intellectually doesn't help when our heart still bleeds. I'm 64 now. Danny's 69. We don't know how much time we have. The Parkinson's
What?
Sarah's cancer could come back. Age catches up. We learned something from this nightmare. We've learned that family isn't just blood. It's choice. It's sharing. It's sitting in hospital rooms and driving to therapy appointments and making sure that people know you're loved. Michael will be in prison for decades. Maybe he'll find redemption there. Maybe he'll become a different person. I don't know if I care anymore. I used to think justice was about punishment. People pay for what they did. But now, I think justice is something that. Justice is Danny sleeping through the night. Justice is Sarah's fair cancer scan. Justice is sitting on my back porch in the evening, watching the sunset over the desert, and knowing that the people I love are safe. That's the only justice that matters anymore. The rest is just noise. Sometimes Danny and I sit out there together, not talking, just existing in the same space. And I think about that garage, about how close I came to losing her, about how one more weekend of playing young men playing instead of trying. All the tiny moments and decisions that have life or death or something in between. I don't have a neat ending to this story. It doesn't work that way. Michael's in prison. Danny is here. Sarah is healthy. And I'm here grateful for every ordinary day. Grateful that I came home when I did. Grateful that I found him in time. That's all any of us can ask for. Really to find each other in time. To not be afraid. To save the people we love before the darkness takes them. I found my brother in time. That has to be enough.
What the fuck was that? That was fucking bullshit. I literally came out and hit that fucking bitch. And she somehow just, like, out of the goddamn blue pulled some bullshit. Like, what the fuck?
Word on the street is you're a bit of a psycho, too. Let's see it in this fight.
is it? You are literally reversing everything. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking bitch.
We got a line around the block looking to throw hands with the archetype.
That many people looking to get their clocks cleaned?
Alexa, track Susan's mother's phone.
Nah, they're all looking at you like you're their ticket to the big time. You get to prove they made a life-altering mistake by taking you on.
Alexa, track Susan's mother's phone.
This googly eyes thing is getting out of control. I came in here to turn on the light in the bedroom, and Spud had put googly eyes right next to the light switch. See? And it startled me, and I think Spud forgot that I am indeed a flightless bird. So now Spud is in there getting me an ice pack for my hand. This googly eyes thing is getting... You ever think life could be more...
Then let's change some lives, Moreno. Who's first?
You can unleash all your pent-up rage in this match.
We can do better, Moreno. Or actually...
If you had real problems, you know, like starving, getting bummed, trying to feed 3 kids on minimum wage, health issues, disabilities, diabetes, homelessness, accidental amputation, deliberate amputation, having a tracheotomy, brittle bones, broken teeth, severe psychological issues, health issues, severe depression. Here's that last one. Yes, but why are you depressed? I don't know, just things. They're supposed to be. Yeah, well, that's reality for you, okay? So here's what I want you to do. The next time you're depressed, go over the list of horrible alternatives I mentioned, and maybe, just maybe, you'll realize that just cause things aren't the way you want them to be, that doesn't mean your life is terrible.
That just sounds like you're dismissing and diminishing the importance of my emotional state by comparing it to worst-case scenarios.
Yeah, I am.
That's kind of insensitive of you.
What are you, new here?
But my emotions are who I am.
Yeah, and you suck. And besides, you're defining yourself by your emotional state or society's labels. What motivation do you have to push past them? It's like everyone is overcoming their issues. Because once you do, you can no longer define yourself by them or use them as an excuse. And that's what I think you and a lot of other people fear. Losing your identity
There we go.
That's documented in multiple period sources, and June 21st, 1582 remains one of the most significant dates in samurai history. If you enjoy learning about the hidden truths of history, consider hitting the like button and subscribing for more content like this. And please comment below to let me know where you're watching from and what you think of this. I find it incredible that we're able to...
It's working. Your gym, your fights. The whole wrestling world is buzzing about it.
Buzzing how?
They're all talking about the archetype's dark descent.
I like it.
I got people from all over hitting me up wanting to try their luck against this new archetype. Boxers, MMA fighters, even a few WWE superstars looking to get back to their roots on the DL.
No kidding. Who?
Let's just say I got a very exciting surprise lined up. Some real top-shelf competition. You can take her on right now, or hit up that psycho lady. I know she'll keep giving you fights as long as you want. Up to you.
I've taken everything I can from the underground. It's time to surface.
His name is Audie Murphy. 5'5", 110 pounds. The Marines rejected him. The paratroopers rejected him. He said he was too small, too young, too baby-faced to be a soldier. The most decorated combat soldier in American history. This is his story. Was born on June 20th, 1955, in Kingston, Texas, a tiny farming community in Hunt County. He was the 7th of 12 children born to share.
Natty by nature.
Not a thing. The Murphy family moved constantly, chasing whatever they could find.
Natalia Neidhart.
Electricity, no running water. The children slept on the floor. Some of his siblings didn't survive childhood. Audie's father was a ghost. He drifted in and out of the family's life before abandoning them entirely when Audie was still a boy. Audie's mother, Josie Bell, alone with a house full of hungry kids and no money. Audie dropped out of school in the 5th grade. He was 10 years old. He went to work in the cotton fields for $1 a day, but the thing that kept his family alive was his rifle. Audie Murphy became an expert marksman out of pure necessity. He hunted squirrels, rabbits, anything he could. A neighbor once commented that Audie never missed what he shot at. Murphy's response was simple. If I don't hit what I shoot at, my family won't eat today. Then, on May 23rd, 1941, his mother died. Audie was 16. His father was gone. He was placed his youngest brothers and sisters in an orphanage. He never got over it. When Pearl Harbor was attacked that December, Audie Murphy saw two things: a chance to serve his country and a way into a life that had given him nothing but poverty and loss. He tried to enlist immediately. The Marines took one look at this baby-faced, 5'5", 110-pound teenager and turned him away. Too small. The Navy rejected him. The paratroopers rejected him. Nobody wanted him. His older sister helped him create a falsified birth certificate to make him look old enough. He tried the Army. They weren't enthusiastic.
It's a bullshit.
Just about anyone
You just come out of fucking nowhere with your goddamn SIG and finishers.
was about to become the deadliest soldier America had ever produced. After basic training in Camp Rogers, Texas, Murphy was assigned to the 15th Infantry Regiment of the 3rd Infantry Division, one of the most His assaults fought through metal passes, cleared villages house by house. He contracted malaria in Italy. He was wounded multiple times. He watched his closest friends die beside him. And through all of it, he kept getting promoted. Not because of politics or connections, because the men above him kept getting killed. And Audie Murphy kept surviving and fighting hard. In Italy, his best friend, a soldier named Laddie Tipton, offered to accept the surrender of 2 German soldiers. They shot him dead. Murphy snapped. He grabbed a machine gun and charged the German position alone, killing every soldier in it. Then he turned the captured German guns on retreating enemy forces and called in artillery on their position. For that action, he received the Distinguished Service Cross. By October 1944, Murphy had earned a battlefield commission, 2 Silver Stars, and a reputation as one of the most fearless soldiers in the entire European theater. He was also shot in the hip, hospitalized, and developed gangrene that required surgery to remove muscle from his leg. Most soldiers would have taken a long recovery. Murphy was back with his unit within weeks. He was 19 years old, and he was 10 years his senior, and he had already earned more valor medals than most soldiers see in a lifetime. But the moment that would define his legacy was still ahead. January 26th, 1945. The Colmar Pocket. The last piece of German-held territory on French soil. Second Lieutenant Audie Murphy was now commanding of the 15th Infantry Regiment. His company had been chewed to pieces. They lost 6 of 7 officers and over 100 men killed or wounded, attacking through the Bois de Belleville, a frozen forest near the village of Rosemere. The 18 survivors, led by Murphy, held their position overnight in foxholes they couldn't even dig because the ground was frozen solid. Reinforcements arrived by morning, bringing his strength up to about 40 men. 2 M10 tank destroyers moved into support positions, but the Germans were coming back with everything they had. Just after noon, 6 German tanks emerged from the tree line, accompanied by an estimated 250 infantry from the elite 2nd Mountain Division, troops specially trained in harsh winter combat who had been transferred from Norway. Their objective was the road that ran through Murphy's position. If they took it, the entire 3rd Division's position would be threatened. Murphy recognized what was at stake. He ordered his men to fall back to the tree line where they'd have cover. Then he stayed forward, alone. With a field telephone in his M1 Volvo, he called in artillery strikes on the advancing Germans. Shells rained down, but the tanks kept coming. One of the M10 tank destroyers took a direct hit and burst into flames. Its crew bailed out and ran for the woods. Murphy pointed his carbine at the advancing infantry. The last round was spent on a short run. The smart play was to retreat to the tree line with his men. Instead, Audie Murphy looked at that burning tank destroyer. He saw the .50 caliber machine gun still mounted on its turret, and he climbed to the top. The vehicle was on fire. The ammunition was coming off inside. It could have exploded at any second. And there stood Audie Murphy, 5'5", 110 pounds.
Fuck you, bitch!
Fire from every direction, gripping a machine gun. He opened fire, the smoke billowing from the burning
Tell
destroyer.
Jordan and Heyman thanks for the shovel.
Germans couldn't pinpoint exactly where the machine gun fire was.
What the hell are you doing?
Poured rounds into the advancing infantry.
Moreno, is this part of your surprise?
No, I'm here to stop you from making the biggest mistake of your career. Look at yourself. It's not too late. You could still come home to WWE. Hell, bring Moreno. Do this the right way and work your way up from NXT just like you did the first time. You don't need to become something you're not to beat Jordan and Heyman. Come on. Don't do something you can't take back.
With all the crackle of firearms and big shells exploding all around, they probably didn't even hear my machine.
You're right, Adam. I'm not gonna do something I can't take back.
When
She is.
Hell no!
We don't need your permission, and we're not going to NXT. Now, take your garbage and get the hell out of here.
I was too weak from fear and exhaustion to carry him. Minutes after he left, the tank destroyer exploded, blasting the turret where he'd been standing into the air. Murphy refused evacuation. He rallied his surviving men and led a counterattack that killed or wounded 50 more Germans. By the end of the day, the woods were secure. The road was held. He was 19 years old.
Soak it in, Maxine Dupree. You deserve this.
She better soak it in. Who knows when she'll win again?
What the hell?
That's the archetype.
And is that Loretta? We have not seen her in like 3 years.
Why are they doing this to Dupree?
Because Maxine Dupree sucks.
And we have no idea why they're targeting her.
The archetype and Moreno have been working together outside of WWE, but no one expected it to lead to this.
I still can't believe the archetype is back, let alone returning like this. Someone needs to stop her. In a series of vicious stops. This has been a very physical and draining match. It's time to get that second, maybe even third win. Head scissors takedown expertly applied. Snapmare.
Ooh, sharp kick.
She's getting back into the ring under the ropes. Irish whip, and Dupree goes crashing into the steel steps.
Now what? Come on, you've done enough.
This is getting real ugly, real fast.
Don't do it. Come on, archetype. No. Damn it.
Dupree's in a lot of pain.
We're back, bitch!
Can we get some help out here?
This is not the same archetype we once knew, that's for sure.
What you just witnessed, the dismantling of Maxine, wasn't some brief lapse in judgment. No, that was a long time coming. The archetype wasn't just a nickname. I lived it. Each and every day of my life, I tried to be an example of what a wrestler could be. Not only for the WWE Universe, but for the locker room too. But those days are over. I'm here to say, the archetype is dead. After my match against Jordan Grace, I realized everything I had done in my career was a lie. I needed to stop trying to be an example and find my true self. And let's just say, no one who stood across from me in the ring liked what I found. Every time I dominated another opponent, it felt good. Every weapon attack, every brutal punch, every drop of blood, it felt liberating. I'm not the same person who lost to Jordan Grace. No, I'm much more dangerous. So now, I am never going to be an example again. Instead, with this woman at my side, we will make an example out of anyone who gets in our way. Tonight was just the beginning. We are going to bury everyone in WWE. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Murphy had one request about his headstone. He asked that it remain plain and simple, like any ordinary soldier.
Ominous backstage promos aside, you want to explain what the hell that was all about? You can't just show up here and start attacking my wrestlers.
Apparently, I can.
I don't have the patience. And I haven't even mentioned the fact that you dragged along a non-contracted talent to help do your bidding.
The way I see it, despite you acting like this is some terrible thing, you need me. Someone of my caliber unexpectedly appears on SmackDown? That's a win for you.
And throw in a former WWE superstar too?
You just got the deal of a century.
That's one way to look at it.
So you can either get on board, or find out what happens when you don't.
Fine. At least if you're appearing in contracted matches, you won't be attacking people from behind anymore.
No guarantees.
Go find Road Dogg. He'll handle all your upcoming bookings. But be warned, you're on thin ice. There's an official transfer window coming up before SummerSlam. And if this goes sideways, I'll send you on your way, and you'll be Raw's problem.
I'm okay
sure
with that.
My buddy Adam would love to see me.
And as for you, I'd strongly suggest you reconsider your association. You're headed down a very bad path.
Thanks, but I know exactly what I'm doing.
All right, quick run to the bathroom. Coffee run. Right back. Hang tight.
charged with it, and it never was an issue. I think I looked at like guilty to possession, right? So it's not on my background. My brother's a police officer. He ran my background check, and when I went to get my real estate license, they were like, "Yeah, it looks like you were like charged with a felony," and I was like, "No, no, I have my security license." I showed him. I was like, "Look, I'm not a felon." That was like, there's something wrong in the system. So this is just like a system. You have a no, I don't. Yes.
The 2014 thing, is it something that started out as felony charges and then pled down to a misdemeanor, or was it never a felony?
It's a charge and not a possession charge, because there wasn't evidence of possession of any of a felony substance. So then it very quickly went from felony court to where misdemeanors are handled, and the final disposition was a misdemeanor disposition.
I've never been charged. I've never been pled guilty to any felonies. Alright, so past that, what is it, a warrant? Past that, yeah, so that's why my brother's a lieutenant, and I was like, hey, I'm just trying to buy a gun, and they denied me, and I was like, can you run me? Even one of his detectives were me, and he's like, no, it's nothing, and I was like, well, they told me, so I called that number, and I was like, so what's up with this thing, and they were like, well, it says like an arrest, and I'm thinking it was just a thing that's in the system, so I was like, I didn't think anything, like I didn't do anything, so why would I assume that, like, I thought it was just like a system here, and it was just a process, like, paperwork, which I could figure it out. Yeah, so I'm not a felon, I'm concealed carry license. I have a concealed carry license. It's a law? No, it's in the system, you can look it up. So no, I'm not. No, I'm not paying for mine. So because I tried to purchase a firearm, I got pulled over for it, and it red flagged or something. I've never been I did not get this will get cleared up, but I can't live in prison for that.
He explains that he got in some trouble back when he was like 19, that he was only convicted of a misdemeanor.
I gotta say, I'm enjoying this new look. The archetype I grew up watching was so predictable. But this is fun.
I don't need anyone's approval, especially yours. In fact, just hope that you and I don't cross paths someday.
Ooh, is that a threat? Shivers. If you and Moreno ever try to step to me, it won't be pretty.
Yeah, for you,
Don't
bitch.
worry, I don't want what you have. I'm focused on the WWE Women's Championship.
Then why did you show up here? Last I checked, Jordan Grace is on Raw. You're not scared, are you?
I'm not in a hurry, and I'm definitely not scared. I'm going to enjoy dominating the entire roster first. Then I'll go after Jordan.
Cool story. I bet you almost believe it.
I really don't have much to say to you.
Good to see you too, Road Dogg.
Look, we may have been cool before, but I don't recognize this version of you, so I'd prefer to keep this brief. Aldous has instructed me to give you matches, so that's what I'll do.
Good. Just know, whoever you put me up against is never going to be the same.
Yeah, like I said, not the archetype I remember.
Who's my first victim?
Let's make this quick. You gonna take this next match or no?
B-Fab? Yeah, I don't mind whooping her ass.
Done looking for praise. This superstar is chasing power.
Getting right into this dust-up. I give no quarter, and I ask for none in. And this is exactly what we want to see. Two warriors throwing hands.
Hot start. We're not even close to the end yet.
just getting knocked around. Any of Fab's defenses have been pegged. Splash! Taking a chance one more time and landing with incredible impact.
Just gouging the eyes.
Whoa. Oh, look at this claw on the face.
Prime example of working smarter, not harder. That's what I said.
And Fab with the counter. She's able to nip things in the bud here. Beef, could she end it here? She overcomes the pinfall attempt.
She's still not staying down for the count.
Tied up with a ripcord. Lariat. Beautiful. Might sneak one. Oh,
somehow not letting the ref get it.
She's starting to struggle here.
Comes with the territory. Always have to expect a level of resistance.
Straight into the pin. She breaks the count quick.
Still showing some signs of life here.
Oh, what a leg drop. Fab is getting picked apart right now. Any of Fab's defenses have been pegged. Uh-oh.
Venus splash from the second rope.
His shoulders down. This could be it.
She kicks out with authority after two.
She's able to fight off the pin attempts, but it is clearly getting more difficult to do so.
She had that scouted. Up in the fireman's carry. Sidewalk slam.
Directly into the pin attempt.
Fending off a 2 count there.
Impressive to not even allow a 2 count at this juncture.
Great display of strength with the suplex.
Any firearm if that person has been convicted of a felony in the courts of another state.
I don't even know what to say about this.
Great wherewithal there. She's tossed right out of the ring. She leaves the ring, but she can be counted out here.
Oh, yes. Oh, into the steel step. Simply no way to brace for that impact.
That is literally my first prompt for an attempt at a reversal. And somehow in only just a few fucking moves.
I knew they were going to have a great match, but this is exceeding expectations.
She might have been quoting a little too much.
She does like blood drawing damage? No, fuck that.
Opponent as groggy as you like. Maybe about to
He didn't do nearly enough fucking damage to build that goddamn finisher.
Are you kidding me? Springboard Phoenix Splash.
just took that high risk and got that high reward. Big time. Oh yeah, man. Clearing the announce desk. Maybe we should head for safety, guys.
Knee smashes right to the spine. Driven down. I don't like where this is going.
Yeah, Gorgas has the possibility to completely unravel here.
She better get back in the ring. Not much time left.
A show of confidence from B-Fab. Oh, caught with a drop.
What?
Looks to finish this.
Middle rope. A missile drop kick from the middle rope. And shoulders down. This might do it. And she's not done yet.
She is not going down just yet. She wants to keep fighting.
Oh, now I finally get one.
She fights B-Fab back. Big clothesline.
This damn crowd on their feet. Not one single person in this place is seen down. This is what it's all about.
That's because they know they're witnessing a true classic in the making. A move like that is what sets you apart from other superstars. Toss to ringside.
Letting the WWE Universe know that she does not give a single damn too soon. Back and forth, looking for the advantage here. Oh, man. I'm going to say this is a career-defining match for these competitors.
A landmark moment for them, something we'll look back on in the future. From the middle rope, taking Hurricane Rana.
Stalking from above.
Oh, look at that. The moonsault.
Took things to the high-red district, but the price ended up being way too steep. This is can't miss action right now. This crowd is loving it.
Not an FDC to that, is it? And that'll be it, finally.
That's bullshit.
Here's your winner.
That's fucking bullshit. She didn't deal nearly enough fucking damage to build up her fucking shit like that. And yet, somehow she just got it for fucking free. No, fuck you. Fuck you. I beat your ass most of that match. In the last, like, third of it, the quarter of it, you're just gonna reverse everything, not let me reverse shit, and beat... No, fuck you. What is this bullshit? Fuck you, no. No, I'm not fucking doing that. Yeah, gotta love how I'm not getting any goddamn fucking reversals. Oh, come the fuck on! Really? 2 finishers in a fucking row you reverse? Stay down, bitch!
Here is your winner, Dungeon Master Violence 4!
Without a special gut bacteria to help them digest it. The only way for the Joey to get it is by nuzzling into the mother's 69 no wrapper and eating a green paste that comes out. For a month, this potty jack will eat his mother's backdoor fudge, and at this moment, Koalas weren't cute to me anymore. Hippos were projected
launched their backdoor business by twirling their tail like a propeller. It goes both ways because if Glory's interested, she'll return the favor by dropping a deuce on Motomoto's head. I don't king shit, but I draw the line right there. Jail. And somehow we get to see others again. If he can't find a female who'll settle for anything roughly the same size, that's usually a baby seal. Because there's no Chris Hansen for seal, so force himself on the other edge pub while biting his face.
Not gonna lie, I'll be cheering for your opponent in this one.
Are you D-U-double-L? Use your brain this time, Road Dogg.
On Christmas Day, my family gave expensive gifts to our relatives' kids. When we were down, my mother-in-law said, tragedy, don't deserve gifts. Was what soldiers do.
Oh yeah, that's totally fucking fair. You literally get one goddamn move, and all of a sudden, I'm the one that's fucked up. One move. Get the fuck off of me, bitch. Suck a dick, B-Fab. Oh shit, I forgot coffee. Hang on. Okay, feel better.
I counted what was left, only a handful. I reminded myself there were probably still more for Emma. Maybe something got misplaced. Maybe her name just hadn't come up yet. Margaret reached for a silver-wrapped box. Open, she said. The boy ran forward, took the gift, and...
You've been having a blast out there, huh? Picking on people who aren't on your level. Someday someone's gonna put you in your place. Maybe today.
Then she picked up the final gift. It was long and thin, wrapped in blue paper with a white ribbon. Margaret squinted at the tag and smiled. For Logan. Logan, he's the stepson. He didn't even share the family name. He took the gift with a nod. Everyone watched him unwrap it and take control. I waited for Margaret to say something.
Ever since the Archetype returned to the WWE, she's been on a rampage, picking apart the SmackDown locker room, one by one.
No offense to their opponents, but if you haven't noticed, she's not exactly targeting the top of the card.
Are you calling the Archetype a bully? You might want to be careful how you choose your words, or you will be the one with your arm on the wrong side of some steel steps.
The Archetype looks to make Zelina Vega her latest victim here tonight, in a string of what feels like targeted attacks.
Setting her up on the turnbuckle here. That's going for some high-risk offense with an avalanche arm drag.
Zelina is in a distressing spot.
Yeah, Zelina's defensive instincts need to kick in.
And I can assure you that wasn't part of Zelina's usual cold and calculating strategy. Splash!
She was laughing at something Jessica said, sipping from a wine glass, already moving on. She had looked Emma in the eye when she called every other child.
Hey, Byron, just like you. Caught with a neck breaker. Now shoulders down. Here we go. Kick out. She still has life.
I didn't think we'd see a kick out there.
From the top.
Oh, the high risk does not pay off. Well executed drop kick.
And she's eating a lot of heavy shots here.
She needs to reverse her foot from the sky.
Shooting star press.
Is that enough to take out Zelina Vega?
And that'll do it. Unfortunately, not the outcome Zelina Vega or the WWE Universe wanted.
Hang on, this isn't over.
Is this what I think it is?
We're going to see another arm fractured, courtesy of the Archetype. What the hell is that?
This must be what she was referring to when she said she was going to bury everyone in WWE.
Don't do it, come on.
The Women's United States Champion is here to put an end to this.
Naomi from behind.
And Moreno, it's a super kick.
They're in full retreat mode now. The Archetype is picking on the SmackDown roster, and now finally someone has stepped up to stop her.
This is a showdown I can't wait to see.
Pokeball's out.
No ribbon, no tag, no decoration. She held it delicately like it might break in her hands. Go ahead, sweetheart, Ethan said gently. She glanced at me as if asking permission. I nodded, my throat tight and my hands shaking, but I kept my voice steady. It's okay. Open it. Around us, voices had fallen silent. People were watching.
Archetype, ever since you first came back to WWE, I've been watching you. First you got stomped by Jordan Grace. Then you took your ball home and went on a temper tantrum tour all around the world. Then you show up here on SmackDown with your lackey and start attacking people, showing your true colors. This whole time, you've been picking on people who aren't at your level. But now you're looking at someone who is the Women's United States Champion. Let's get this straight. This isn't about me trying to be some kind of locker room hero. No. This is about showing you there's a new archetype in WWE. Me. So if you want to step up, face me in the ring next week. You can even bring your little shovel. I don't care. But whatever you do, proceed with caution.
If Naomi wants a piece of me, I'm happy to give it to her.
Naomi should have never gotten involved in our business. I can't wait for you to put her in her place next week.
I can't wait for her to get what's coming either. But I'm not gonna face Naomi in the ring. You are.
What do you mean?
I have some important business to take care of.
But I heard Zelina's going to be in Naomi's corner. It'll be 2-on-1.
Is that a problem for you? If you can't handle it, I can always go find someone who can.
No, I can do it.
Good. This is an opportunity for you to step up. Don't let me down.
She needed something that wouldn't be forgotten, he said, so everyone could hear. So I made sure it would be. Jessica walked over, smiling nervously. That's incredible, Ethan. I said. He nodded. It's her dream. I figured Christmas was the right time to give her something unforgettable. Margaret didn't say a word. She stood slowly, smoothed the front of her sweater, and walked toward the kitchen. I watched her go. For the first time in 11 years, I didn't care what she thought. She had no choice. So happy. Emma looked up at me and Mom, are you coming too? Not this time, baby, I said. This is just for you and Daddy.
Naomi has got to be frustrated as this match gets underway. She had no idea she'd be facing Moreno.
And now Naomi can take out all that frustration on her opponent. Moreno was pretty much thrown to the wolves by her supposed friend.
That's where you got it wrong, Booker. The archetype is not friends with anyone. This is all transactional, and I, for one, think there's more going on here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another swerve coming for Naomi.
Oh, wicked kick to the lower back. Just a continuous rush being faced by Naomi.
Naomi has to wake up and get going in a hurry.
But right hands create separation and an escape.
With that suplex.
The Archetype's last-minute replacement. Moreno is doing everything she can to hang on against a frustrated Naomi. And a shoulder in the air.
I can't believe the ref didn't get two here.
Looking for something big here. From the top. She completely missed there. Ooh, what a kick. Maybe not, maybe not. And she breaks free before a 1 count.
She is not making this easy.
Just a continuous rush being faced by Naomi.
Can Naomi
lift off? Diving elbow drop. Are you kidding me? Quick thinking from Naomi. Able to turn the tides in her favor here.
Could be the turnaround Naomi needed in this match.
Naomi had it turned around. Forced to the outside. Not a good predicament to be in. And back into the ring she goes.
A
Rope handle applied. Oh, and a gut buster.
Oh, she's feeling it now, hyping up the crowd.
Moreno with the Irish whip, but Naomi hangs on. And she nails a vicious DDT.
Moreno is in trouble here.
She was in trouble when she got put in this match.
A perfect split leg moonsault.
Naomi has defeated Moreno in a resounding victory.
This might be bittersweet for Naomi. Yeah, she got the win, but she did not get her hands on the archetype.
This will have to do for now.
I'm so sorry I couldn't make our match tonight, Naomi. But as you can see, I had some other business to take care of. Isn't that right, Rikishi?
What the hell are you doing? That's enough!
I'm here because actions have consequences, Naomi. You interfered with me at work, so I took things home. I think we're done here.
My God.
In all my years covering WWE, that was one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen.
I don't know what else to say. I hope Rikishi is okay.
The so-called archetype has dug herself to an all-new low.
But have I, though? Really? Have I?
The gold glitter had smudged at the corners, but the drawing was still bright and hopeful. You can, I said, but you don't have to. She stared at the card for a moment. Then she folded it once carefully and tucked it into her backpack. I want to keep it, she said. That was the most powerful choice she could have made. We drove home in silence for the first 20 minutes. Emma had fallen asleep in the back seat with her seatbelt still fastened. The envelope tucked between her arms like a keepsake she didn't want to let go. Her white bow was slipping out of her curls and her cheek was pressed against the car window, fogging the glass with every soft breath. I watched her in the rearview mirror while Ethan kept his eyes on the road. Snow flurries had started again, brushing across the windshield like white noise. I didn't speak. I didn't want to break the stillness that had settled in the car like a fragile piece. Finally, Ethan spoke. I hated watching that, he said. I nodded. I know. I should have done more earlier. I saw it coming. I thought maybe Margaret would surprise me this year. She didn't. No, he said.
I'd ask what the hell you were thinking attacking a WWE Hall of Famer at their home, but I already know the answer. You weren't thinking at all.
That's where you're wrong, Aldous. Maybe the old me wouldn't have had a plan, but now I have it all figured out. And really, what an unforgettable final moment on SmackDown before I go back to Raw to take down Jordynne Grace.
Is that so?
You said it yourself. If this went sideways, you'd send me on my way, and I'd be Raw's problem. Well, judging by the shovel marks I left on Rikishi, I'd say we ventured into sideways territory.
Well, that may have been your plan, but you're not going anywhere.
What do you mean?
You son of a
There's
bitch.
the transfer window before SummerSlam.
There is, but you won't be in it. I've officially put you and Naomi on the protected list. You said it yourself, that actions have consequences. Well, you will deal with yours when you face Naomi at SummerSlam.
You can't do this.
I can. And by the way, since you took the fight out of the arena, your match at SummerSlam will be Falls Count Anywhere.
The women's U.S. title better be on the line.
I'm sure Naomi won't have a problem with that as long as she gets her hands on you.
Fine. Then I'll see you at SummerSlam. I saw what Naomi said on social media. I'm not gonna give her the chance to make good on her threats before our match.
If that means I won't have to deal with you for a few weeks, then sounds good to me.
Question for STEM people. What's the most annoying thing you spent waiting?
Me behave? Seriously? As a child, I saw Tarzan almost naked. Portnoy grabbed $1 million.
In 1895, Philadelphia would rather let black people die in the streets than let a black surgeon hold a scalpel in a white hospital. This is the story of Dr. Nathan Francis Mossell. In 1882, he became the first black physician to graduate from the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine. And he did it.
Next up is a Falls Count Anywhere match. And is for the WWE Women's United States Championship.
I miss Lillian Garcia.
Archetype steps onto the SummerSlam stage.
Mossell realized that inclusion was a lie. So, on October 31st, 1895, in a three-story brick house at 1512 Lombard Street, and he opened the Frederick Douglass Memorial Hospital and Training School. But his opening statement wasn't a celebration. He told the crowd, "We wish it had not been necessary to establish this hospital. It establishes caste." He was opening the first black hospital in Pennsylvania, and he was telling the world it was a treasure and yet this wasn't a government project. According to the African
God, this entrance still gives me fucking chills, man. R.I.P. Bray. I hope you're resting easy, brother. Mr. Rotunda, you gave us one of the single most unforgettable runs in WWE history with one of the single most unforgettable character personas in WWE history, on par with Mark Calloway and his Undertaker persona.
It's been several weeks since we last saw the former Archetype, and despite all of her recent actions, she somehow has a chance to capture championship gold here tonight.
Sometimes bad behavior gets rewarded. But if I were her, I wouldn't be worried about titles. I'd be more concerned with getting out of here in one piece after what she did to Naomi's father-in-law, Rikishi.
crippled by the financial weight of providing free care to a community.
It's time for the Archetype to face the consequences.
There you see the United States Championship.
This match has it all. Family pride, revenge, a lifestyle superstar who's turned to the dark side. You know, the Women's United States
Shit, I hit the wrong goddamn button there. All right.
SummerSlam is all about.
Here we go. Gonna set it up right here on the apron. What are we gonna do here? Planted head first on the hardest part
athleticism.
Whoa! Are you kidding me? Springboard Phoenix Splash!
Throwing all caution to the wind.
And boy, did it pay off.
Look out!
Naomi put a stop to that. This is bigger than the Women's United States Championship. Naomi is fighting for her father-in-law here tonight. Big pin. Championship on the line. She kicks out before one.
She's not wasting any time going after an early pinfall.
Escape just in time.
What?
Forward smash. Taking a look under the ring. Naomi might be looking for something here.
Of course we keep backs under the ring in case a pickup game breaks out.
Repeated hits like that are going to add up very quick. Plenty of damage being dealt here.
Stomped into the ground.
Rapid fire afterglow combo.
Really?
Taking the upper hand.
Attack after attack from Naomi.
Doing lots of damage with an isolated attack on the challenger's leg.
Fucking bullshit.
This match has it all. Family pride, revenge, a once-proud superstar who's turned to the dark side. And the Women's United States Championship is at stake.
You forgot to mention this is Fall Cup anyway. With everything that's going down between these two, this match could get wild.
I'd be shocked if it didn't turn into all-out chaos, Booker. But this is what SummerSlam is all about.
She counters it. Slingshot.
Springboard misses the target. Mistiming with that springboard.
Into a neck breaker. Very well done.
No holding back. That's the kind of risk you need to take to earn the title.
Springboard. Oh, my God. Uh-oh. Phoenix splash from the second rope. Quick reflexes so important for the championship. And the champ doesn't even let the count start.
You've got to wear your opponent down. There hasn't been enough action yet to get a clean pin.
Big stomp in the corner, creating a lot of separation.
Right into the pin. This could be it.
The champ just beats the 3 count.
This match clearly taking its toll at this point, getting so much more difficult to kick out with authority.
This is bigger than the Women's United States Championship. Naomi is fighting for her father-in-law here tonight.
Causing some serious wear and tear to the leg. Comes off with a savage clothesline.
Naomi looking a little less than determined there. Basement drop kick. Ooh. Oh, what a kick. Knee drop.
Making sure her opponent knows exactly who they're in the ring with.
Pop right in the stomach creates the separation.
How do you keep slipping those?
Cinching in the arm wringer, but
Oh, the guy caught with a big shot to the face.
Kick. But I guarantee they're going to take great umbrage with that offense.
caught the
back with an enziguri.
There is no way in hell you had that finish stored. Not as much of a beatdown as I gave you.
Showing no mercy. Oh, could this be it? Dropping the elbow.
Championship on the line. This could be it.
For the pins. Kick out. I don't believe it.
Taking your opponent's best shot and still somehow finding a way to survive. That is the marker of a true champion.
You got to give a lot of credit here. Withstanding what has taken out many other competitors, just sent crashing to the arena floor. She's taking things to the floor here. What's she looking for under the ring?
Shovel in hand, and I cannot imagine what she's got planned.
Come on, Naomi.
Bringing this back into the ring.
That was a stiff shot with the shovel.
You've got to be impressed by the fight these superstars are showing right now.
This is really anyone's game right now, and that realization is only fueling them more. Great athleticism. She's headed to the outside. No threat of count out here.
And she's had enough of that. Rolls out to maybe rethink her strategy. Pulling out the ladder. This might be going to new heights.
Here she goes, sliding back into the ring. Heading to the outside now. The champion taking a task here.
I think we can consider this the beginning of the end, gentlemen.
An overbearing amount of offense against Naomi here.
Yeah, Naomi needs to reassess her strategy.
Hey, Byron.
Neckbreaker position, but look at this power prying their way out.
Break the neckbreaker of their own.
Title in the balance with the pin.
And she breaks the count.
What a kick out. This match has been absolutely incredible.
Oh, and she had Naomi's number.
Uh-oh. What a takedown.
Fujiwara armbar. Fujiwara armbar applied. She's just getting hammered away on.
Yeah, she's really being pushed around. Good God almighty, that could end it all right here. This arena has come unglued.
You can feel the foundation shifting with every turn in the match. Quick thinking from Naomi.
Oh, big mistake, and that error could be costly.
Stop fucking reversing everything, you goddamn cunt.
Lining it up. Gonna cut him in half.
Naomi finds her target with that one.
Oh, rapid fire. Afterglow combo. Full extension on the split leg drop. And she's tracking her opponent. Might be ready to put her away.
Misses the target.
Showing off her fast thinking there.
Ripcord from behind. Pow, right in the kisser.
Getting sick of your goddamn shit, bitch.
Hall of Famer is here for revenge. Rikishi's in the ring. Everyone else going on, and they got the table.
Back on the ring she comes. This is beyond personal. This is about putting the competition out of action. Just wailing away with it. Lining it up. That might just seal the deal.
Stay down.
Fierce champ. No, she's still alive.
And this is why they are the champ. The ability to survive even the worst their challengers have to offer.
I don't know if there's more frustration or desperation in the ring now, knowing that you've tried to end this and failed. Flying. Shooting star press. More offensive.
Fucking stay down, bitch. Fucking Christ. For like a hot minute there, I literally couldn't land a blow without fucking, or try to hit a blow without being fucking reversed. It was super fucking annoying.
Women's United States champion.
This woman shouldn't be champion, let alone represent the United States. Agree or disagree? She won the match, and now we all have to deal with it.
She didn't waste time. Her gaze went directly to the guard's hand on my arm. I said, "Release her." The guard stepped back immediately across the table. Ethan frowned in irritation. "This isn't necessary," he said. "She's just sitting in the wrong." Mira raised a hand slightly. The interruption was quiet. Absolute. Behind her,
It's been a while.
pushed through the
A
circle.
lot's changed.
Marcus Dunn.
Yeah. For starters, I have this championship. Aren't you going to congratulate me?
No, I'm more concerned with your actions as of late.
Here we go.
Someone has to talk some sense into you. I tried when I came to your gym, but you made it abundantly clear you weren't ready to listen. And you even took a golden opportunity away from Moreno. All so she could do your bidding? So you can go attack an innocent man at his home? And for what? That championship? Another shot at glory? Well, I'm here to tell you it's not worth it. Not even close.
Maybe if you ever won a championship, you'd understand.
Just stop. I'm trying to have a conversation with the real you. The one I was friends with.
If you want to talk, let's start with getting me the hell off of SmackDown so I can go after Jordan.
The transfer window has passed, and even if I could do anything, I don't want this version of you on Raw. But it's not too late for you to change course. Yeah, you've done some messed up things, but the fans will forgive you. And after some time, the locker room would too. Just think about it, okay? You worked so hard to build a career outside of WWE. So you want to throw that all away? I don't think so.
Investment in variant systems. For a moment, no one moved. Then several people at nearby tables slowly lowered their phones. The music in the ballroom was still playing, but around table 3, no one was listening anymore. The silence had spread outward past the very important person section, past the nearest tables, past the servers who had quietly stopped moving between the chairs. That was the moment another voice cut through the room. What's going on here? People turned immediately. Gabriel Vale had stepped into the VIP section when the CEO of Bean Systems entered. Conversations usually adjusted themselves around him. Tonight was no different. But instead of the usual greetings and polite smiles, he walked into something else entirely. Stillness. He had arrived expecting a celebration. In a few minutes, he was supposed to walk on stage and announce the largest investment deal the company had ever secured. Instead, he stopped mid-step. His eyes moved quickly across the scene. His son standing beside the table. Sabrina frozen beside him. 2 security guards backing away. Mira Salas and Marcus Dunn standing between the crowd and the table. And everywhere phones recording. His expression tightened. Someone explained. No one answered immediately. Marcus finally stepped forward. "Sir," he said carefully, "your son just had security. Remove the person
All right, we're gonna raid to my buddy Italian Speedy.
sign off from her assignment.
is also playing 2K26 WWE. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you're from. As viewers, make sure you show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, alright? We really appreciate it. It 100% makes our day. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because, I mean, while we could do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what would be the fucking point? Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully we'll finish the women's My Rise storyline. I will try to get some work at some point on the island done. I'll see you motherfuckers later. Peace.